Welcome to Sleepless Ancient Odyssey. The day is done. It is time now to let the noise of your world fade into silence. Find your most comfortable position, and for the next few moments, simply relax. Tonight's Odyssey is about to begin. Tonight, we journey to the Temple of Hathor, deep in the sands of Upper Egypt. You will witness ancient priests performing rituals in chambers untouched by sunlight. You will walk among hieroglyphs that have puzzled scholars for centuries, and you will discover what may be Egypt's most controversial mystery. This is not merely history. This is the story of how we interpret the past, and how the past challenges everything we think we know. Whether you are here for a story to captivate your mind or a grand narrative to accompany you to sleep, your journey starts now. If you enjoy these odysseys, subscribe and join us every time we travel to the past. Now, let us begin. The Nile curves through Upper Egypt like a serpent of life through an ocean of sand. Here, where the river bends and the desert presses close, the ancient town of Dendera rises from the dust. Modern travelers know it by its Greek name, but the Egyptians called it Unet, the place of the divine pillar. For more than 4,000 years, temples have stood on this ground. Dynasties have risen and fallen. Pharaohs have come and gone like seasons. But the sacred precinct of Hathor has endured. The temple complex you see today, if you were to visit, dates primarily to the Ptolemaic period. Greek rulers who wore the double crown of Egypt, who learned to speak as pharaohs, while their hearts remained Hellenic. They built in the old style, honoring traditions already ancient when their ancestors were painting pottery in Athens. Construction began around 54 years before the Common Era, in the reign of Ptolemy Thucydides, father to the famous Cleopatra. The Romans would add their own touches later, after Egypt became a province of an even greater empire. But we are not here for the grand halls or the towering columns, magnificent though they are. We are here for something hidden, something tucked away in the depths of the temple, in chambers where tourists rarely venture, and where the modern world feels very far away indeed. These are the crypts of Dendera, narrow passages carved into the temple's foundations, storage rooms for sacred implements, treasure chambers for ritual objects, and galleries covered floor to ceiling with intricate reliefs. The ancient priests who walked these corridors carried oil lamps that flickered against stone walls. Their shadows danced across images of gods and pharaohs, of offerings and ceremonies, of the eternal cycles of death and rebirth that formed the foundation of their understanding of existence. In one particular crypt, on the wall of a chamber barely wide enough for two men to stand abreast, there exists a series of relief carvings that have sparked more controversy than perhaps any other images in all of Egypt. The reliefs show large, elongated objects, bulbous at one end, tapering at the other, with serpentine forms emerging from within them. These objects rest on pillar-like supports. Beneath them, kneeling figures appear to hold or support these strange implements. Around them, hieroglyphic texts provide context that scholars have debated for more than a century. To an Egyptologist, these images depict sacred objects from Egyptian mythology, divine symbols connected to creation stories and the daily journey of the sun, god Ra. But to others, to those who look at the reliefs with different eyes, these carvings show something else entirely, something that should not exist in a temple built 2,000 years ago. They see technology, they see electrical devices, they see, in the shadows of that crypt, evidence that challenges the very foundation of our understanding of ancient capabilities. This is the mystery of the Dendera light, a controversy that bridges archaeology and alternative history, ancient mythology and modern engineering, faith in academic consensus, and the allure of forbidden knowledge. It is a story about how we see and what we choose to believe we see. The Temple of Hathor sits on the west bank of the Nile, aligned with cosmic precision to celestial events, The ancient builders understood the movements of stars and planets with remarkable accuracy. They tracked the flooding of the Nile with calendars of stunning sophistication. They built structures that would stand for millennia, calculating angles and weights that still impress modern engineers. Was it truly impossible, some ask, that they might have possessed other knowledge, other technologies, other ways of illuminating the darkness? The priests who served Hathor, goddess of joy and motherhood, goddess of music and dance, also knew her as the Eye of Ra, dangerous and powerful, capable of destruction and creation alike. The rituals performed in her honor were complex, involving processions and offerings, hymns and dances, rites that connected the human world to the divine. Some of these rituals required darkness. Some required descent into the earth, into chambers that mimicked the primordial waters from which creation emerged. How did they see in these dark places? The conventional answer is simple. Oil lamps, torches, reflected sunlight through carefully placed shafts. But those who question this answer point to a curious fact. The ceilings of Egyptian temples and tombs, even those deep underground, show almost no soot damage, no blackening from smoke that should have accumulated from thousands of burning torches over thousands of years. The walls remain pristine, the painted colors still vibrant after millennia. Perhaps they suggest there is more to discover. Perhaps the reliefs in the crypt at Dendera are trying to tell us something that the conventional interpretation has missed. The first modern scholars to document the Dendera temple complex arrived in the wake of Napoleon's Egyptian expedition. That extraordinary adventure at the turn of the 19th century brought not just soldiers and glory seekers to Egypt, but also scientists and artists, linguists and historians. They measured and sketched, they copied hieroglyphs and made careful notes. The Description de l'Égypte, published in volumes over many years, revealed to Europe the wonders of a civilization that had been dimly understood and wildly romanticized. Among those wonders was the Temple of Hathor. The expedition scholars documented the zodiac on the ceiling of one chapel, a circular arrangement of constellations that would later be removed and shipped to Paris. They noted the complex astronomical alignments. They marveled at the preservation of the colors and the precision of the carvings. But the crypts below, those narrow chambers in the temple's foundations, remained largely unexamined in those early years. It would take decades more before Egyptology developed the systematic approach needed to study every corner of such vast complexes. The science was young, the writing system only beginning to be understood after Champollion's breakthrough with the Rosetta Stone. Early scholars focused on the grand and the obvious, on royal names and major historical events. The mysterious reliefs in the crypt would have to wait their turn. When serious study of the Dendera crypts finally began, scholars approached the images with the tools of their discipline. They examined the hieroglyphic texts surrounding the strange bulbous objects. They compared the imagery to other known Egyptian artistic conventions. They placed the reliefs in context with Egyptian mythology and religious practices. Their conclusions were rooted in decades of accumulated knowledge about how ancient Egyptians represented their gods and sacred objects. The bulbous forms, they determined, represented a Djed pillar emerging from a lotus flower. The Djed pillar symbolized stability and endurance, associated with the god Osiris and with the backbone of that murdered and resurrected deity. The lotus represented creation and rebirth. For each morning, the lotus flower opens to greet the sun, and each evening it closes, a daily cycle of renewal. Inside the bulbous form, the serpent represented divine creative power, often associated with the goddess Wadjet, or with the primordial forces present at the world's creation. This interpretation fit perfectly with known Egyptian iconography. Similar symbols appeared throughout Egyptian art in various combinations. The texts accompanying the reliefs mention ceremonies related to the raising of the Djed pillar a ritual performed to ensure cosmic stability and the continued proper functioning of the universe. Everything made sense within the framework of Egyptian religious thought. For most Egyptologists, the matter was settled. The Dendera carvings were one more example of Egyptian religious symbolism, admittedly unusual in their specific presentation, but not fundamentally mysterious. The reliefs depicted sacred objects used in temple ceremonies, objects that might have been physical implements decorated to represent divine forces, or purely symbolic representations of mythological concepts. But in the 1960s and 70s, as interest in alternative histories and ancient mysteries surged, new eyes fell upon the Dendera reliefs. The pillar-like supports resembled insulators. The kneeling figures appeared to be holding cables or conductors. The whole arrangement suggested, to those trained in electrical engineering, a schematic representation of a functioning electrical lighting system. Was it possible, they asked, that ancient Egypt had discovered electricity? Could the reliefs be depicting actual technology, with the mythological overlay serving as a way to describe scientific principles in the symbolic language available to ancient priests? Set aside for a moment what you know about Egyptian mythology and consider only the forms. The large bulbous objects bear a striking resemblance to Crookes tubes, early electrical discharge tubes developed in the 19th century and precursors to modern cathode ray tubes. These tubes, when electrical current passes through them at low pressure, produce light along with distinctive glowing patterns. The serpentine forms inside the Dendera objects could represent the electrical discharge or plasma filament that forms inside such a tube. The pillar-like supports beneath these objects resemble high-voltage insulators used to prevent electrical current from flowing where it should not flow. Even the proportions seem right, they argue, for devices designed to withstand significant electrical potential. The kneeling figures appear to hold cable-like objects that could represent conductors connecting the devices to a power source. Supporting this visual interpretation, proponents point to the fact that ancient peoples across several civilizations had access to components that could, in theory, produce electricity. The Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq and dating to the Parthian period, consists of a clay jar with an iron rod surrounded by a copper cylinder. When filled with an acidic solution, this arrangement produces a small electrical current. Similar devices could theoretically have been constructed in ancient Egypt, though no direct evidence of such batteries has been found in Egyptian archaeological contexts. Furthermore, ancient peoples were familiar with static electricity and certain other electrical phenomena. The ancient Greeks knew that amber, when rubbed, would attract light objects, a property that gave us the word electricity from the Greek word for amber. Is it so impossible, the engineers ask, that Egyptian priests might have experimented with such phenomena and developed practical applications? Walk through the painted chambers of any well-preserved Egyptian site, and you will see colors that seem impossibly fresh. Reds and blues, yellows and greens, as vibrant as if applied yesterday rather than 3,000 years ago. Proponents of the ancient technology hypothesis suggest that torches and oil lamps could not have provided the sustained, even illumination necessary for the detailed painting work visible in these chambers. Some go further, proposing specific reconstructions of how such ancient electrical lighting might have worked. They note that some temples contain copper-lined chambers that could have served as conductors or capacitors. The hypothetical power source remains the weakest point in these reconstructions. Batteries like the Baghdad battery can produce only minimal current. To power devices large enough to illuminate chambers for sustained periods would require many such cells working in concert, and evidence for such arrays does not exist in the archaeological record. Some theorists propose alternatives: static electricity generators, electromagnetic effects from the Earth itself, or technology so completely lost that we cannot even imagine their form. The hieroglyphic texts surrounding the Dendera reliefs receive creative reinterpretation in this framework. Where Egyptologists see references to mythological concepts and ritual actions, the alternative interpreters see technical descriptions couched in religious language. A phrase about the serpent emerging from the lotus becomes a description of plasma discharge. References to divine creative power become metaphors for electrical energy. The raising of the Djed pillar becomes the activation of a device. This reinterpretation requires a fundamental shift in how we understand Egyptian thought. Rather than seeing mythology as purely symbolic, it treats religious language as a code, a way of transmitting technical knowledge through generations using the only vocabulary available. The gods become metaphors for natural forces. The rituals become operational procedures. The temples become not just places of worship, but laboratories or power stations. This rejection is not arbitrary or closed-minded, scholars argue, but rather based on the fundamental principles of how we understand and interpret the past. Archaeological interpretation requires context. An artifact or image cannot be understood in isolation, but must be placed within the full picture of the culture that produced it. Similar symbolic elements appear in countless other contexts, always clearly connected to mythological narratives and religious practices. The Djed pillar appears throughout Egyptian history in contexts that make its symbolic meaning abundantly clear. It represents Osiris, stability, and cosmic order. And gods raise the Djed to ensure continued stability of the kingdom and the cosmos. The symbol has a well-documented history and meaning within Egyptian thought. Similarly, the lotus flower carries consistent symbolic weight across Egyptian art. It represents creation because it emerges from water and opens to the sun. It represents rebirth because it closes at night and reopens at dawn. It appears in creation myths where the sun god emerges from a lotus at the world's beginning. The flower is not a random decorative element, but a crucial symbol in Egyptian cosmology. The serpent, too, has deep roots in Egyptian religious thought. The cobra goddess Wadjet protects the pharaoh. The uraeus serpent on the royal crown symbolizes divine authority and the fierce protective power of kingship. Serpents represent both dangerous chaos that must be controlled and the divine power that maintains order. They appear in countless myths and are central to understanding Egyptian concepts of divinity and cosmic balance. When these elements combine in the Dendera reliefs, Egyptologists see not anomaly but variation on familiar themes. The specific artistic rendering may be unique, but the underlying symbolic content is thoroughly Egyptian. The accompanying hieroglyphic texts, when read with proper understanding of Egyptian grammar and religious vocabulary, describe ceremonies and mythological concepts consistent with what is known from other sources. It requires believing that Egyptian priests possessed advanced technical knowledge, but chose to hide it in obscure symbolic language. It requires explaining why, if such technology existed, no physical evidence of it has ever been found, despite more than a century of intensive archaeological excavation across Egypt. No components that could serve as discharge tubes have been discovered. No remains of insulating materials appropriate for high-voltage applications. No copper wiring or battery arrays. No power generation facilities. The absence of evidence, when evidence should exist if the technology was real and in use, becomes its own form of evidence. Furthermore, the engineering reconstructions proposed by alternative theorists face significant technical challenges that their proponents often gloss over. Creating a working discharge tube requires not just a container and electrodes, but precise vacuum conditions or carefully controlled gas pressure. The Baghdad battery produces less than 1 volt of electrical potential. Scaling up to devices capable of lighting chambers would require technological sophistication in multiple areas: electrochemistry, vacuum technology, glass or crystal, working to exacting specifications, none of which appears in the archaeological record. The matter of soot damage in tombs and temples has explanations that do not require postulating advanced technology. Many painted chambers show evidence that they were sealed soon after completion, protecting them from torch smoke during later periods. Reflected sunlight through carefully designed light shafts could provide substantial illumination. Oil lamps, when properly designed and using refined oils, produce much less soot than crude torches. The work could have been done in stages, allowing smoke to clear between sessions. The absence of heavy soot damage is noteworthy, but not inexplicable through conventional means. More broadly, archaeologists and historians emphasize the importance of extraordinary claims requiring extraordinary evidence. The conventional interpretation of the Dendera reliefs requires no special pleading, no undiscovered technologies, no revolutionary rewriting of ancient history. It fits comfortably within everything else we know about Egyptian religion, art, and culture. The alternative interpretation requires assuming that conventional archaeology has fundamentally misunderstood a major aspect of ancient civilization, and that assumption requires much stronger evidence than ambiguous images that can be plausibly explained in simpler ways. Why does the idea of ancient electricity captivate so many minds despite the weight of academic skepticism? The answer lies deeper than any particular carving on any temple wall. It touches something fundamental in how we humans relate to our own past and our place in the grand sweep of history. We live in an age of extraordinary technological power. We split atoms and splice genes. We send machines to other planets and peer into the structure of existence itself. Yet, we face the humbling reality that ancient peoples, working with tools and techniques we consider primitive, created wonders that still inspire awe. The pyramids of Giza, the astronomical calculations of the Maya, the engineering feats of Rome, the mathematical insights of Babylon. This creates a tension in our collective consciousness. How could they, without computers or modern materials or scientific method as we understand it, accomplish such things? One resolution to this tension is to imagine that they were not so different from us after all, that they possessed knowledge and capabilities that history has forgotten, that we are not the first civilization to reach for the stars or to harness hidden forces of nature. The concept of lost knowledge has ancient roots itself. Plato wrote of Atlantis, a civilization that possessed wisdom and power beyond its contemporaries before sinking beneath the waves. Medieval European scholars believed that ancient philosophers had possessed secrets now lost, knowledge that could be recovered through careful study of old texts. The Renaissance was driven partly by the belief that classical civilizations had understood truths that had been forgotten during darker ages. In the modern era, this tradition continues through theories of ancient advanced civilizations, of technologies lost and waiting to be rediscovered. Each archaeological mystery becomes potential evidence. Each gap in our knowledge becomes space where imagination can plant seeds of alternative history. The Dendera reliefs, strange and striking in their imagery, become a Rorschach test where people see reflected their own beliefs about human capability and the nature of progress. There is something deeply appealing about the idea that ancient priests, standing in torchlit chambers, actually stood in electric light. It democratizes human achievement across time. It suggests that intelligence and ingenuity are not modern inventions but timeless human qualities. It offers the tantalizing possibility that we might recover lost wisdom, that somewhere in ancient texts or carved on temple walls lies knowledge that could enlighten or advance our own civilization. The alternative history community has grown substantially in recent decades, fueled by popular books and documentaries that present ancient mysteries as unsolved puzzles, challenging orthodox archaeology. These works often frame the debate as a battle between open-minded seekers of truth and close-minded academic gatekeepers protecting their own authority. This framing resonates with broader cultural suspicions of institutions and experts, with the appealing narrative of the outsider who sees what the establishment refuses to acknowledge. For many drawn to these ideas, the appeal is not about the specific technical details of how ancient batteries might have worked, or whether the Dendera reliefs could represent discharge tubes. The appeal is emotional and philosophical. It is about wonder and possibility. It is about believing that history holds more mysteries than mainstream accounts acknowledge. It is about the thrill of imagining that our ancestors were more capable, more knowledgeable, more like us than we have been told. This perspective contains within it a critique of modern civilization's relationship with its own past. We tend to view history as a story of progress, of steady advancement from primitive ignorance toward modern enlightenment. We place ourselves at the pinnacle of a long climb from darkness into light. Alternative histories challenge this comfortable narrative by suggesting that the path has been less linear, that knowledge has been lost as well as gained, that we might have something to learn from ages we consider less advanced than our own. The controversy surrounding the Dendera light illuminates a broader question that haunts all historical inquiry. How do we know what we know about the past? How do we move from artifact to interpretation, from physical evidence to historical narrative? What gives us confidence that our understanding is correct, or at least more correct than competing interpretations? Archaeological interpretation is not simple or straightforward. An object from the past does not come with an instruction manual or explanatory note. It exists as a physical thing, silent about its original purpose and meaning. The archaeologist must reconstruct context, must piece together from fragmentary evidence a picture of the culture that created the object and the uses to which it was put. This reconstruction relies on multiple streams of evidence working together. Physical analysis reveals what an object is made of, how it was manufactured, patterns of wear or damage that might indicate how it was used. Contextual analysis places the object within the archaeological site where it was found, noting what other objects were nearby, what soil layers it came from, what this tells us about when and where it was used. Comparative analysis examines similar objects from similar cultures, building patterns that allow us to recognize types and categories. Textual analysis, when written records exist, provides direct testimony about ancient beliefs and practices that can illuminate material remains. In the case of the Dendera reliefs, all these streams of evidence point toward the conventional interpretation. The physical analysis reveals standard Egyptian relief carving techniques from the Ptolemaic period. The contextual analysis places the images in a temple crypt surrounded by other religious imagery and hieroglyphic texts describing ceremonies and mythological concepts. The comparative analysis shows similar symbols appearing throughout Egyptian art in clearly religious contexts. The textual analysis, reading the hieroglyphs with established understanding of ancient Egyptian language, describes rituals honoring Hathor and ensuring cosmic stability. The alternative interpretation requires setting aside or reinterpreting all these streams of evidence. It asks us to believe that what appears to be standard Egyptian religious art is actually a coded technical manual. It asks us to trust visual resemblance to modern technology over documentary evidence and cultural context. It asks us to accept that conventional archaeology has systematically misunderstood fundamental aspects of Egyptian civilization. This is not impossible. Science progresses by overturning previous understanding when new evidence demands it. Continental drift was once dismissed as impossible. The idea that a massive extinction event killed the dinosaurs was long considered fringe speculation before evidence made it undeniable. Established consensus can be wrong, but overturning consensus requires compelling new evidence, not just alternative interpretation of existing evidence. The same carvings that some see as discharge tubes, Egyptologists see as mythological symbols. No new physical evidence has emerged that conventional archaeology cannot explain. The alternative interpretation relies primarily on the argument that ancient peoples could not have done what they appear to have done, therefore they must have had advanced technology. This is an argument from incredulity rather than positive evidence. Moreover, the alternative interpretation creates more mysteries than it solves. If ancient Egypt possessed electrical lighting, where did this knowledge come from? How was it developed? Why does it appear in only one set of carvings rather than being mentioned in the vast corpus of Egyptian texts? Why did it leave no physical trace despite being, supposedly, in regular use in temples across the kingdom? Why was it apparently lost so completely that no later civilization rediscovered it from Egyptian sources? The conventional interpretation requires no such multiplication of mysteries. Egyptian priests used oil lamps and reflected sunlight to illuminate their work. They developed sophisticated symbolic systems to represent their religious beliefs. They carved those symbols into temple walls, according to artistic conventions that evolved over millennia. Yet we must acknowledge that conventional interpretation is not infallible. Archaeology has sometimes been wrong in its initial understanding of artifacts and sites. Some cultures have been revealed to have capabilities greater than initially supposed. Confidence in interpretation should come with humility about the limits of our knowledge. Ancient peoples were not simply myth makers spinning stories disconnected from physical reality. They inhabited a world where the practical and the sacred, the technical and the mythological, intertwined in ways that our modern categories struggle to capture. Consider the Egyptian knowledge of chemistry. They developed sophisticated techniques for creating pigments, for working metals, for preserving bodies through mummification. These were practical technologies requiring systematic experimentation and accumulated knowledge passed between generations. Yet the Egyptians did not describe these processes in what we would recognize as technical language. The Egyptians genuinely believed that mummification was a sacred act, that the rituals and spells were as important as the physical preservation techniques. They did not separate the practical from the sacred in the way that modern scientific culture does. A process could be both technically effective and religiously meaningful, both systematic procedure and divine mystery. The same pattern appears across ancient civilizations. Metalworking was sacred art, with smiths often holding special spiritual status. This cultural context helps us understand why the conventional interpretation of the Dendera reliefs is more likely correct than the alternative, but also why the alternative interpretation finds purchase. Yes, the images almost certainly depict mythological concepts using symbols whose meanings we can trace through centuries of Egyptian religious thought. The Djed pillar is the Djed pillar, not an insulator. The lotus is the lotus, not a discharge tube. The texts describe rituals, not technical procedures. But the ancient Egyptians who created these images did not think they were depicting mere fantasy. They believed these symbols represented real forces, real powers that governed the cosmos and human life. When they carved a Djed pillar, they were not illustrating an arbitrary myth, but representing the actual structural principle that kept the world stable. When they showed the serpent of creative power, they were depicting a force they understood to be genuinely present in the universe. In this sense, the mystery of the Dendera light is not primarily about whether ancient Egyptians had electrical technology. It is about the profound gulf between ancient and modern ways of understanding reality. We have gained immensely in our ability to manipulate the physical world through scientific understanding. We have lost something of the older understanding that saw the universe as alive with meaning, where every object and action carried significance beyond its immediate practical effect. The engineers who look at the Dendera reliefs and see discharge tubes are not entirely wrong to see technical thinking reflected there. The ancient Egyptians were systematic observers of nature. They developed practical solutions to engineering challenges. They passed knowledge between generations through apprenticeship and teaching. Their priests studied astronomical phenomena with remarkable precision, tracking celestial cycles and predicting events. The stars moved not according to impersonal physical laws, but as part of the eternal cycle of divine order. The techniques of mummification worked not merely because of the chemical properties of natron, but because proper rituals aligned the process with cosmic forces. The Dendera reliefs, understood in this light, are neither simple religious symbols nor disguised technical diagrams. They are something that does not fit easily into our modern categories. They represent Egyptian priests' genuine understanding of cosmic forces, rendered in symbolic language that carried both practical instruction for rituals and profound mythological meaning. To see them clearly requires temporarily setting aside both the engineer's reductionism The debate over the Dendera light has persisted for decades, not because either side has definitively proven its case, but because the controversy itself serves purposes beyond simply determining what ancient carvings represent. The questions raised by alternative interpretations, even when those interpretations are almost certainly wrong, can still be valuable if they prompt us to look more carefully at evidence we might otherwise take for granted. Consider the matter of how ancient artisans actually illuminated their workspaces when creating elaborate paintings deep within tombs and temples. The relative absence of soot damage is real, even if it does not require postulating electrical lighting to explain. This observation has prompted more careful archaeological study of ancient lighting methods, more attention to the practical challenges faced by ancient craftspeople, more experimental archaeology testing how well different lighting techniques would have worked. The Egyptians did develop remarkably advanced technologies within their cultural context. Their astronomy was sophisticated. Their engineering was impressive. Their craftsmanship in working hard stones remains difficult to replicate even with modern tools. Recognizing this does not require believing they had electricity, but it does require giving ancient peoples credit for intelligence and ingenuity equal to our own, if applied to different problems with different tools. The broader questions raised by alternative histories about ancient civilizations speak to real uncertainties in the historical record. Documentary sources are fragmentary. Archaeological evidence is incomplete and can be interpreted in multiple ways. New discoveries regularly force revision of previous understanding. Maintaining some humility about the limits of current knowledge is appropriate, even while defending well-supported interpretations against poorly evidenced alternatives. But questions are most valuable when they lead to better understanding rather than simply casting doubt on established knowledge. The alternative interpretation of the Dendera reliefs has not led to productive new research because it begins from the wrong premise. Rather than asking how we can better understand Egyptian religious thought and ritual practice within their own context, it asks how Egyptian symbolism might map onto modern technological concepts. This is fundamentally backwards, imposing our categories onto their very different mental world. More productive questions would include: what precisely do the hieroglyphic texts accompanying the reliefs tell us about the ceremonies they describe? How do these particular symbolic combinations relate to other Egyptian creation myths and cosmological concepts? What can archaeological evidence tell us about actual lighting methods used in temples and tombs? How did Egyptian religious specialists understand and explain natural phenomena they observed? These questions respect the pastness of the past, acknowledging that ancient peoples lived in different worlds with different assumptions and different ways of making meaning. They seek to understand the Egyptians as they understood themselves, rather than converting their thoughts into modern frameworks. This approach is harder than simple pattern matching between ancient images and modern devices. It requires learning ancient languages, studying religious texts and practices across cultures, developing detailed knowledge of archaeological contexts, but it leads to genuine understanding rather than projection. The persistence of alternative interpretations like the ancient electricity hypothesis also raises questions about science communication and public understanding of history. Why do these ideas resonate so widely despite being rejected by experts in relevant fields? Part of the answer is simply that alternative histories are more exciting than conventional accounts. A story about ancient electrical engineers is inherently more dramatic than a story about ancient priests performing traditional rituals. But part of the answer also lies in how academic knowledge is communicated to broader audiences. When experts simply dismiss alternative ideas as nonsense without explaining the reasoning behind conventional interpretations, they leave a vacuum that alternative theorists eagerly fill. When technical archaeological details remain locked in academic journals and specialist volumes, non-experts understandably turn to popular authors who promise to reveal secrets the establishment wants to hide. Better engagement between academic archaeology and public interest in the past is needed, not to debunk alternative theories, but to share the genuine excitement of historical research. The real history of ancient Egypt is far more fascinating than fantasies about electrical lighting. The actual achievements of Egyptian civilization, properly understood in their context, reveal a culture of remarkable sophistication and creativity. Sharing this understanding is more effective than mere dismissal of alternative interpretations. The Temple of Hathor still stands at Dendera, though the world around it has changed beyond recognition since ancient priests last performed rituals in honor of the goddess. The sacred lake has dried to dust. The processional way lies buried beneath modern structures. The enclosure walls crumble slowly under the relentless Egyptian sun. But the temple itself endures, stone testimony to the devotion and skill of its builders. Modern visitors come by the busload, tourists seeking connection with ancient wonders during brief stops on Nile cruises. They walk through the great hypostyle hall where massive columns rise like forests of stone. They crane their necks to view the ceiling, still brightly painted after 2,000 years, showing the sky goddess Nut arched above the world. They photograph the crypts with their mysterious carvings, not always understanding what they see, but sensing the presence of something profound, something that speaks across millennia. The reliefs that have sparked such controversy remain where ancient craftsmen placed them, carved into walls deep within the temple's foundations. They are not the most impressive artworks at Dendera, not the most technically accomplished or aesthetically striking. Other sections of the temple display more dramatic scenes, more elaborate compositions. Yet these particular carvings have achieved fame beyond their apparent significance, becoming one of the most photographed and debated sets of images from all of ancient Egypt. Tour guides offer various interpretations depending on their own inclinations and their reading of their audience. Some stick strictly to the conventional archaeological explanation, describing digit pillars and lotus flowers in creation mythology. Others hint at alternative theories, suggesting that mysteries remain and that visitors should decide for themselves what the carvings represent. A few enthusiastically promote the ancient electricity hypothesis, pointing out features they claim resemble modern technology, encouraging tourists to question what they have been told about ancient capabilities. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities, responsible for protecting and preserving the country's archaeological heritage, officially supports the conventional interpretation. The explanatory signs at the site, when they exist, describe the reliefs in terms of Egyptian religious symbolism. But the controversy has proved impossible to suppress, spreading through popular books and internet forums, through documentaries and blog posts, reaching far beyond academic debates to capture popular imagination worldwide. This presents a challenge for those charged with heritage management and education: how to balance respect for academic expertise with acknowledgement of public interest in alternative interpretations, how to present conventional understanding without simply being dismissive of questions that many visitors find compelling, how to use public fascination, even when based on misconceptions, as an opportunity to deepen understanding of ancient Egyptian culture. Some see the controversy as purely negative, spreading misinformation and distorting public understanding of Egyptian history. Others view it as an opportunity, a doorway through which people initially attracted by sensational claims might be led to genuine appreciation for the real achievements and complexities of ancient Egyptian civilization. A person who comes to Dendera hoping to see evidence of ancient electrical technology might leave with a deeper understanding of Egyptian cosmology and ritual practice, even if they arrive skeptical of conventional interpretations. The temple serves many purposes in the modern world beyond its original sacred function. It is a tourist attraction, generating revenue for Egypt and employment for local guides and vendors. It is a research site where Egyptologists continue to study inscriptions and architecture, adding incrementally to human knowledge. It is a symbol deployed in debates about history and interpretation, about expertise and alternative perspectives. It is a place where people from across the world come seeking connection with the ancient past, each bringing their own questions and leaving with their own conclusions. For those who live in the area, the temple is simply part of the landscape, a familiar landmark that has always been there and presumably always will be. Children play in its shadows, farmers work nearby fields. Life continues as it has for generations, largely indifferent to tourist cameras and archaeological debates. The temple has survived dynastic changes, foreign conquests, religious transformations, the collapse of the old gods, and the rise of new faiths. It will survive controversy over electrical interpretations as well. The Dendera light is not an isolated phenomenon in the world of alternative archaeological interpretations. It exists as part of a much larger constellation of theories and claims about ancient civilizations possessing advanced knowledge or technology. Understanding its place in this broader movement helps illuminate why such ideas persist and spread despite academic rejection. Ancient astronaut theories suggest that many ancient megalithic structures were built with help from or inspired by extraterrestrial visitors. The precise stonework at Pumapunku in Bolivia, the massive stones of Baalbek in Lebanon, the engineering of the Great Pyramid in Egypt, all are cited as evidence of capabilities beyond what ancient peoples could have achieved unaided. Proponents argue that ancient texts describing gods descending from the sky actually describe spacecraft, that prehistoric art depicting unusual figures represents aliens, that similarities between distant ancient cultures prove common extraterrestrial influence. Theories of lost advanced civilizations propose that before known history began, sophisticated societies existed and were destroyed by cataclysms. Atlantis is the most famous example, but theorists point to other potential lost civilizations, sometimes dating them to the end of the last ice age. They cite underwater structures that might be ancient ruins, ancient maps that supposedly show Antarctica before it was ice-covered, astronomical alignments at prehistoric sites that allegedly encode advanced mathematical knowledge. Claims about ancient advanced technology extend beyond electricity to include flight, computing, even nuclear weapons. The Vimana flying machines described in Sanskrit texts are interpreted as aircraft. The Antikythera mechanism is cited as proof of ancient Greek computing technology far more advanced than previously supposed. Certain ancient sites showing vitrification are claimed as evidence of ancient nuclear warfare, despite conventional geological explanations for the same features. Alternative chronologies challenge the established timeline of human history, suggesting that civilization is far older than mainstream archaeology accepts, or that known civilizations existed in different sequences than conventional dating suggests. Some theories compress timelines, others expand them dramatically. Egyptian chronology is a favorite target, with claims that the pyramids are thousands of years older than academic consensus dates them, or that the Sphinx shows water erosion proving it predates dynastic Egypt. These various threads of alternative history share common characteristics. They express skepticism about academic consensus and established institutions. They frame debates as battles between hidebound orthodoxy and brave independent researchers seeking truth. They emphasize mysteries and gaps in conventional understanding, while downplaying or ignoring the evidence supporting mainstream interpretations. They appeal to intuition and visual pattern recognition over systematic analysis. They offer simple explanations for complex phenomena, replacing nuanced scholarly understanding with dramatic revelations. There is the appeal of secret knowledge, of seeing what others miss, of being initiated into truths hidden from or suppressed by mainstream culture. There is the appeal of human exceptionalism, of believing our species has deeper history and greater capabilities than conventional narratives suggest. Critics of alternative archaeology argue that these theories, whatever their surface plausibility, do a disservice to both ancient peoples and to historical understanding. They often rest on assumptions that ancient cultures could not have achieved what they clearly did achieve without external help or lost super technology. This implicitly denigrates the intelligence and capabilities of ancient peoples, suggesting they were not smart enough or skilled enough to have built the monuments and developed the knowledge that they demonstrably did create. Alternative theories also tend to cherry-pick evidence, highlighting the mysterious while ignoring the vast body of conventional archaeological data that provides context and explanation. A few anomalous artifacts or ambiguous sites become the focus, while the systematic work of archaeology that has revealed detailed understanding of ancient cultures gets dismissed as dogmatic orthodoxy. Yet the phenomenon persists and arguably grows stronger in the age of internet connectivity. Ideas that might once have remained obscure can now find global audiences. Videos and podcasts spread alternative interpretations far more effectively than academic papers reach general audiences. The Dendera light sits comfortably within this broader movement, embodying many of its characteristic features. It takes an ambiguous piece of evidence, interprets it in ways that contradict expert consensus, suggests ancient capabilities far exceeding what archaeology has demonstrated, and presents this interpretation as a hidden truth that challenges establishment narratives. Understanding it requires understanding the broader phenomenon of which it is a part. As we near the end of our journey through this controversy, we must confront fundamental questions about historical knowledge itself. What can we actually know about the past? How do we distinguish probable interpretation from unlikely speculation? What should we make of mysteries that remain despite centuries of study? History is not simple recovery of facts waiting to be discovered. It is an active process of interpretation, of building frameworks that make sense of fragmentary evidence, of constructing narratives that connect discrete data points into coherent pictures of past societies and events. We know when they were carved, give or take a few decades, based on the architectural context and comparison with dated monuments. We know the technique used to create them, standard Egyptian relief carving methods documented extensively throughout the civilization's history. We know they exist in a religious context, within a temple dedicated to Hathor, surrounded by other unambiguously religious imagery and texts. We can read the hieroglyphic texts accompanying the images with reasonable confidence. They do not read like technical manuals. They read like ritual instructions and mythological narratives, genres well attested in other Egyptian sources. We can place the symbolic elements, djed pillars, lotus flowers, serpents, within the broader context of Egyptian religious thought. Each of these symbols appears throughout Egyptian art with meanings that scholars have documented in detail. We can say with confidence that no physical evidence of ancient Egyptian electrical technology exists. No batteries of sufficient power to run lighting systems. No discharge tubes or insulators made of appropriate materials. No electrical wiring or components. No power generation facilities. No technical texts describing such technology. The absence of all this evidence, when extensive archaeological work has been done across Egypt, is significant. All of this evidence points strongly toward the conventional interpretation. The reliefs depict religious symbols used in temple ceremonies. They represent mythological concepts through visual metaphors. They are one expression of Egyptian religious thought, unusual in their specific configuration, but entirely consistent with what we know about Egyptian culture and belief. We cannot directly access their intentions or their understanding of what they were depicting. We work from evidence that survived, which is always incomplete, always potentially misleading. Historical interpretation always involves inference and probability rather than absolute proof. This uncertainty is not unique to the Dendera case. All historical knowledge operates in this space between what we can demonstrate and what remains ambiguous. Professional historians and archaeologists develop expertise precisely in navigating this space, in weighing evidence and understanding what different types of sources can and cannot tell us, in building interpretations that account for all available evidence while remaining appropriately tentative about conclusions. The alternative interpretation of the Dendera reliefs as ancient electrical technology is not impossible in some absolute logical sense. But it is highly improbable given all the evidence. It requires multiple unsupported assumptions. It conflicts with the broader pattern of what we know about ancient Egyptian culture and technology. It solves no real problems while creating many new ones. It is the less parsimonious explanation, the one that multiplies mysteries rather than resolving them. Acknowledging uncertainty does not mean treating all interpretations as equally valid. Some explanations account for evidence better than others. Some require fewer, unsupported assumptions. The conventional interpretation of the Dendera reliefs is not certain, but it is far more probable than alternatives that require postulating lost technologies for which no direct evidence exists. What should we make of our inability to achieve absolute certainty? Perhaps we should embrace it rather than lament it. The past remains partly mysterious, not because we are ignorant, but because the nature of historical evidence is fragmentary and interpretation is always involved. This mystery can be productive if it drives us to look more carefully, to ask better questions, to develop more sophisticated methods of analysis. The Dendera light controversy for all its problems, has prompted people who might never otherwise think about ancient Egypt to engage with questions about how we know what we know about the past. It has created opportunities for education, for explaining how archaeology and historical linguistics work, for sharing the genuine excitement of piecing together ancient lives and cultures from surviving fragments. The mystery is not whether ancient Egyptians had electricity. They almost certainly did not. The mystery is how we bridge the vast gulf between their world and ours, how we understand minds that work so differently from modern consciousness, how we appreciate achievements that required no advanced technology but sophisticated cultural knowledge passed across generations, how we recognize in people separated from us by millennia the same intelligence and creativity we possess, applied to different problems with different tools. Your flashlight beam plays across the carved walls, illuminating figures and symbols that have existed in darkness for 2,000 years. Here, in this quiet place, the debates and controversies seem less important than they might in a lecture hall or internet forum. The ancient artists who carved these reliefs were real people. They had families and dreams, skills honed over years of training, beliefs about the gods and the cosmos that gave meaning to their lives. What were they thinking as they worked? Were they depicting divine mysteries they genuinely believed in? Were they recording technical procedures cloaked in religious language? Were they doing both at once, unable to separate the sacred from the practical, as our modern minds insist on doing? We cannot know their thoughts directly. We can only look at what they left behind and try to understand. The reliefs remain unchanged by our interpretations. They are what they are, stone carved with images and hieroglyphs, physical facts independent of our theories about them. About how we see the past through lenses shaped by our own concerns and assumptions. They are bringing their expertise and their way of seeing to an ambiguous image. That they see technology in ancient art reveals how thoroughly technological thinking shapes modern consciousness. The archaeologist who sees only religious symbols is not closed-minded. They are applying systematic methods developed over decades to understand ancient cultures in their own terms. That they resist alternative interpretations reveals their commitment to disciplined inquiry over speculation. Both see something real, even if one sees more clearly than the other. We are all trying to make sense of a past that cannot speak for itself, that left traces we must interpret with whatever tools and knowledge we possess. The process is messy and uncertain. It involves dead ends and revisions. It requires humility about the limits of our knowledge and confidence in methods that have proved their value through decades of application. The Temple of Hathor stands under the Egyptian sky, as it has for millennia. Tourists come and go, scholars continue their work, alternative theorists continue their challenges. They will outlast current controversies as they have outlasted so many previous changes and transformations. What matters is not whether we can definitively prove every detail of our interpretations, but whether we approach the past with respect and rigor, with genuine curiosity and appropriate skepticism. The Dendera light invites us to wonder. That invitation is valuable even when wonder leads us in ultimately mistaken directions, because the act of wondering, of questioning, of engaging seriously with the past enriches our understanding of what it means to be human across the vast sweep of time. The day ends at Dendera, as it has for thousands of years. The sun sets over the Nile, the desert cools. The temple walls glow golden in the last light, then fade to shadow. In the crypts below, darkness returns, as it always does when modern visitors leave and switch off their electric lights. The carvings rest unseen until tomorrow's visitors arrive to puzzle over them once more. And in that darkness, perhaps we can imagine ancient priests performing their rituals, honoring their goddess, maintaining the cosmic order as they understood it. They move through shadows with confidence born of faith and familiar practice. They speak words we can barely translate. They invoke powers we struggle to understand. The mystery is not the carvings. The mystery is the gulf of time and consciousness that separates us from those who created them. That gulf can never be completely bridged, but the attempt to bridge it, to reach across millennia and touch another human reality, that attempt is worth making. The ancient Egyptians who carved the Dendera reliefs left us not a message in a bottle, but something richer and stranger, a window into a world that no longer exists, fragments of a civilization that rose and fell and left traces for us to ponder. Whether we see correctly what those traces meant to their creators, we can at least see that they meant something profound. That matters more than any specific interpretation. The questions remain unanswered, or answered in ways that some find satisfying and others do not. History continues its work, patient and ongoing, adding detail to our understanding, while reminding us that much will always remain beyond certain knowledge. Not simple solutions, but deeper engagement with the grand puzzle of human existence across time. As you leave the crypt and return to the modern world, you carry with you this story of interpretations and debates, of ancient carvings and contemporary controversies. You carry questions about knowledge and certainty, about expertise and alternative perspectives, about how we understand ourselves by understanding those who came before us. The Dendera light, whatever it represents, illuminates more than ancient chambers. It illuminates the human need to make sense of mystery, to find meaning in ambiguity, to connect with the vast human story that stretches back into the darkness of time. That light, the light of human curiosity and wonder, burns as brightly now as it did when ancient craftsmen first carved these mysterious images into stone. Welcome to Sleepless Ancient Odyssey. The day is done. It is time now to let the noise of your world fade into silence. Find your most comfortable position, and for the next few moments, simply relax. Tonight's Odyssey is about to begin. Tonight, we journey to the desert necropolis of ancient Egypt beneath the sands of Saqqara. You will witness the discovery of colossal stone boxes hidden in eternal darkness. You will walk among the engineers who carved granite with impossible precision, and you will discover a mystery that has confounded archaeologists for over a century and a half. This is not merely history. This is a testament to human capability so extraordinary that it challenges everything we think we know about the ancient world. Whether you are here for a story to captivate your mind, or a grand narrative to accompany you to sleep, your journey starts now. If you enjoy these odysseys, subscribe and join us every time we travel to the past. Now, let us begin. The desert remembers everything and reveals nothing. For thousands of years, the sand dunes of Saqqara have shifted and settled, concealing beneath their weight the remnants of civilizations that rose and fell like the Nile itself. This is a landscape of memory-made stone. Step pyramids climb toward the sky, their ancient limestone blocks weathered by wind and time. Tombs burrow deep into the earth, their passageways cool and dark as the void between stars. It is November 1850. The air carries the peculiar stillness that comes just before discovery, though no one walking these sands could know it yet. In the shadow of the step pyramid of Djoser, the oldest stone monument in the world, a French archaeologist named Auguste Mariette stands contemplating the desert floor. He has come to Egypt not for this. He has come to acquire Coptic manuscripts for the Louvre, a mission of preservation and scholarship. But the desert has other plans. Mariette notices something peculiar. Protruding from the sand, barely visible, is the head of a sphinx. It is limestone, eroded but unmistakable. And then he sees another, and another. They form a line, these silent guardians, their leonine bodies buried, their human faces gazing towards some invisible destination. Mariette knows what this means. In ancient Egypt, sphinxes marked sacred pathways. They stood sentinel along processional routes leading to temples, to tombs, to places of profound importance. He begins to dig. The work is slow, methodical. Sand gives way to stone. The avenue of sphinxes emerges, one after another, a ghostly procession frozen in time. They lead somewhere. They must. Mariette follows their gaze, directing his workers to clear the path ahead. Days become weeks. The desert yields grudgingly, handful by handful. And then, suddenly, the sphinxes terminate at a massive entrance carved into the living rock. The stone doorway is impressive, adorned with hieroglyphs worn smooth by millennia. It beckons, it warns. Mariette stands at the threshold of something ancient, something that has waited in darkness since the time of the Pharaohs. The entrance is partially blocked, filled with debris and sand that has filtered down through countless seasons. But there is a way forward. There is always a way forward for those who are willing to descend into the earth, into the realm of shadows and forgotten things. The workers clear the entrance. They light torches. The flames cast dancing shadows on the corridor walls as the first humans in perhaps 2,000 years step into the darkness beyond. The air is stale, thick with the dust of ages. The corridor slopes downward, descending at a gentle angle into the bedrock beneath Saqqara. Mariette moves forward, his torch held high, his heart pounding with anticipation. What he discovers will change his life. It will change our understanding of ancient Egypt. But in 1850, in that first moment of revelation, he simply stops and stares. The corridor opens into a vast underground complex. Galleries branch off in multiple directions, carved with geometric precision from the native limestone. The ceilings are high, vaulted, supported by the rock itself. The passages stretch away into darkness, their ends invisible. This is not a tomb. This is not a temple. This is something else entirely. The walls are lined with alcoves, niches carved at regular intervals, each one a doorway into a deeper chamber. Mariette enters the first of these chambers. His torch illuminates something impossible. A box, a sarcophagus, but unlike any he has ever seen. It is massive, hewn from a single block of black granite. The stone is polished to a mirror finish, even after millennia. The box is rectangular, perfect in its proportions, with walls several feet thick. It sits on the chamber floor, immovable, eternal. Mariette approaches slowly. He runs his hand along the surface. It is smooth as glass, cold as death. The lid rests atop the box, also carved from solid granite. fitting with such precision that no light penetrates the seam. He moves to the next chamber. Another box. This one is the same. Perfect, massive, silent. Chamber after chamber reveals the same sight. These colossal sarcophagi line the galleries, each one identical in craftsmanship if not in dimension. Some are larger than others, but all share the same characteristics. All are carved from single blocks of the hardest stone. All are polished to perfection. All are sealed. Mariette counts them. 24 boxes in total, spread throughout the underground labyrinth. He has found the Serapeum, the burial place of the sacred Apis bulls. These animals were worshipped in ancient Egypt as manifestations of the god Ptah, creator of the world, patron of craftsmen. When an Apis bull died, it was mummified and interred with ceremonies befitting a pharaoh. The Serapeum was their eternal resting place. But standing before these titanic granite boxes, Mariette cannot shake a feeling of profound unease. These are not mere tombs. The precision is too exact. The scale is too grand. The effort required to create them is too extraordinary. Each box weighs an estimated 70 tons. Some weigh closer to 100. They are carved from single blocks of granite quarried 500 miles away in Aswan. They have been transported across the desert, lowered into this underground complex, and positioned with millimetric accuracy in chambers barely larger than the boxes themselves. How? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Mariette makes careful notes. He sketches the layout of the galleries. He measures the boxes as best he can with the tools available. And then he does what any archaeologist would do. He opens one. The lid is heavy beyond comprehension, but with enough men and enough leverage, it can be moved. The stone grinds against stone, a sound like the earth itself groaning. The lid shifts. The seal breaks. 2,000 years of darkness spill out. Mariette peers inside. The box contains the mummified remains of a bull wrapped in linen, adorned with sacred amulets. There are offerings placed beside the body, jars of oil, vessels of grain, objects meant to sustain the animal in the afterlife. It is a burial, sacred and solemn. But the box itself, the container that holds these remains, speaks of something beyond religious devotion. It speaks of a civilization that commanded stone as though it were clay, that shaped granite with tools we can barely imagine, that pursued perfection as an act of faith. Mariette will spend years studying the Serapeum. He will excavate the galleries, catalogue the findings, and write extensively about what he has discovered. But even he, in all his scholarship, will never fully answer the central question. Why this? Why boxes of such impossible precision, such staggering weight, for the burial of animals? What knowledge did they possess? What techniques have been lost to time? The desert keeps its secrets, but now at least we know where to look. To understand the Serapeum, we must first understand the Apis bull. In ancient Egypt, certain animals were not merely animals. They were vessels. They were living embodiments of the divine, chosen by the gods themselves to walk among mortals. The Apis bull was the most sacred of these incarnations, a creature of black hide, marked with specific white patterns that identified it as holy from the moment of its birth. The city of Memphis, capital of Egypt for nearly 3,000 years, was the home of the Apis cult. Here, in the shadow of the Great Pyramids of Giza, in the bustling heart of a civilization that ruled the known world, the Apis bull lived as a god made flesh. It resided in a temple complex of extraordinary beauty, attended by priests who tended to its every need. The bull was fed the finest grain, offered the purest water, adorned with jewels and gold. When it walked the streets of Memphis, crowds gathered. People brought offerings. They sought blessings. They wept at the sight of divinity passing before their eyes. The Apis bull was believed to be the living soul of Ptah, the creator god. Ptah was the architect of the universe, the deity who spoke the world into existence, who shaped the cosmos with his words and his will. As the patron of craftsmen, builders, and artisans, Ptah represented the transformative power of human creativity. To house his earthly manifestation, the Egyptians built temples of white limestone and gold. To honor his passing, they created monuments that would last forever. When an Apis bull died, Egypt mourned. The death of the sacred animal was a national catastrophe, a moment when the divine presence withdrew from the world. The bull's body was mummified with the same care given to pharaohs. Priests performed elaborate rituals, reciting prayers that would guide the bull's spirit to the afterlife. The process took 70 days, the same duration required for royal mummification. Every organ was preserved, every ceremony was performed with exacting precision. And then came the burial. This was not a simple interment. This was a cosmic event. The mummified bull was transported to Saqqara, to the Serapeum, to the labyrinth that waited beneath the sand. Processions wound through the desert, accompanied by chanting priests and mourning crowds. The bull was carried on a sledge, draped in linen and gold, surrounded by offerings and sacred objects. At the entrance to the Serapeum, the final rites were performed, and then the bull was lowered into the darkness, into the waiting embrace of the granite sarcophagus. The tradition began in the New Kingdom around 1550 BCE, perhaps earlier. It continued for over 1,000 years, through dynasties and kingdoms, through conquests and collapses. Each Apis bull was interred in its own massive stone box, joining the others in the eternal silence of the galleries. By the time the practice ended in the Ptolemaic period, 24 bulls rested in the Serapeum, each one a testament to faith that transcended death. But here is where the story becomes strange. The earliest sarcophagi in the Serapeum are made of limestone, carved with hieroglyphs that identify the bull buried within and the pharaoh who reigned when it died. These boxes, while impressive, are within the bounds of what we might expect from ancient Egyptian craftsmanship. They are ornate, they are symbolic, they are comprehensible. The granite boxes are not. The 24 granite sarcophagi display a level of precision that borders on the impossible. They are carved from single blocks of Aswan granite, one of the hardest stones on earth. The interior dimensions are perfectly uniform, the walls meeting at exact 90-degree angles. The surfaces are polished to a degree that requires modern machinery to replicate. The lids weigh between 15 and 30 tons each, yet they fit their bases with such accuracy that a sheet of paper can barely be inserted between them. Consider the logistics. Aswan lies 500 miles south of Saqqara, 500 miles up the Nile through a landscape of desert and rock. Quarrying a 100-ton block of granite from the living stone is a feat in itself. Transporting it to the river, loading it onto a barge, navigating the currents and the cataracts, and then moving it overland to Saqqara represents a monumental expenditure of resources, time, and human effort. And then, somehow, they lowered these boxes into the Serapeum. The corridors are narrow, the turns sharp, the chambers barely large enough to accommodate the sarcophagi. There are no marks on the walls, no evidence of damage from the process. The boxes simply appear in their alcoves, positioned with millimetric precision, as though they materialized from the stone itself. Modern engineers struggle to explain it. Using contemporary technology, moving objects of this weight and size through such confined spaces would require hydraulic lifts, cranes, and precision equipment. The ancient Egyptians had none of these things. They had copper tools, wooden levers, rope, and human labor. They had ingenuity and determination, and somehow, impossibly, they succeeded. The priests who supervised the burials left no detailed records of their techniques. The craftsmen who carved the boxes did not inscribe their methods on the walls. The knowledge was either too sacred to share or too obvious to warrant explanation. Or perhaps, and this is the troubling thought, it was knowledge that was already ancient when the Serapeum was created. knowledge inherited from a time we have yet to understand. The Apis bulls are long gone. Their mummified remains crumbled or were lost in the centuries after Mariette's discovery. But the boxes remain. They sit in the darkness beneath Saqqara, silent and immovable, a challenge carved in stone. They ask a question that echoes across 4,000 years. How did you do this? And we, with all our modern knowledge, all our technological sophistication, have no answer that satisfies. Imagine you are an engineer. You have been tasked with replicating one of the Serapeum sarcophagi using only the tools available to the ancient Egyptians. You stand in the quarry at Aswan, surrounded by granite outcroppings that have existed since the birth of the earth. Your tools are copper chisels, wooden mallets, sand, and stone pounders. You have unlimited human labor, unlimited time, and the collective knowledge of the most advanced civilization of the ancient world. Now, carve a box. The task seems straightforward until you begin to calculate the realities. The granite you are working with is one of the hardest stones on Earth, measuring between 6 and 7 on the Mohs hardness scale. Copper, the primary metal available to ancient Egyptians, measures only 3. Copper cannot cut granite. It cannot even scratch it. Every experiment conducted by modern archaeologists attempting to work granite with copper tools ends the same way. The copper deforms, the granite remains unmarked. So the ancient Egyptians used a different method. They employed stone pounders, balls of dolerite or other hard stone, which they used to pulverize the granite surface through repeated percussion. Hour after hour, day after day, workers would hammer the granite, crushing it grain by grain, slowly excavating the shape they desired. For a simple statue or obelisk, this method is plausible, if extraordinarily time-consuming. But the Serapeum sarcophagi are not simple. They are hollow boxes with walls several feet thick, carved from single blocks weighing up to 100 tons. The interior must be excavated without cracking the outer shell. The walls must remain uniform in thickness. The angles must be precise. One mistake, one crack propagating through the stone, and months or years of work are lost. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that this is possible. The ancient craftsmen had patience beyond modern comprehension. They had expertise passed down through generations. They knew the stone, understood its grain, could predict how it would fracture under stress. So they carved the box, they hollow out the interior, they shape the exterior, they create the lid. Now comes the polishing. The surfaces of the Serapeum sarcophagi are not merely smooth. They are polished to a reflective finish, flat to within thousandths of an inch, across spans of several feet. Modern stone masons achieve this using diamond-tipped tools, precision grinding machines, and laser measurement systems. The ancient Egyptians used sand and patience. They would have employed progressively finer abrasives, rubbing the stone with wet sand until the scratches from the previous grit were erased. This process, repeated across the entire surface of a multi-ton block, would take months, perhaps years, and it would require a level of flatness control that seems impossible without modern measurement tools. Yet the boxes are flat. Measurements taken by researchers using laser levels confirm that the interior surfaces of some sarcophagi deviate from true flatness by no more than 0.002 of an inch across their entire length. This is precision manufacturing. This is not the work of artists creating a symbolic tomb. This is the work of engineers pursuing perfection for its own sake. And we have not yet addressed the fundamental question, why? If the purpose of the sarcophagi was to house the mummified remains of sacred bulls, why pursue such extraordinary precision? A rough-hewn stone box would serve the same religious function. The bulls would rest just as peacefully in limestone as in polished granite. The priests would perform the same rituals. The gods would receive the same offerings, unless the precision itself was the point, unless the act of creating something perfect was an offering in its own right, a demonstration of human capability elevated to the level of worship. In some cases, the clearance between the box and the wall is measured in inches. The debate continues, passionate and unresolved, with evidence marshaled on both sides and certainty elusive as desert sand. What cannot be debated is the effect of standing in those galleries. There is a presence in the Serapeum, a weight that has nothing to do with granite and everything to do with human effort sustained across centuries. These passages were carved by people who believed they were creating something eternal. They were building a bridge between the mortal and the divine, between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Every blow of the hammer, every grain of stone removed, was an act of faith made physical. The tourists who visit Saqqara today can descend into the Serapeum, following the same path Mariette walked in 1850. The sarcophagi remain where he found them, immovable, eternal. Lights now illuminate the galleries, replacing torches and oil lamps. Signs provide context, explaining the history and purpose of the site. But no amount of electric lighting, no informative placard, can fully dispel the profound strangeness of this place. You stand before a granite box that weighs 70 tons. You place your hand on its surface, feeling the cold stone, the impossible smoothness. You try to imagine the effort required to create this. You try to conceive of the knowledge necessary to achieve this level of precision. And you realize that you cannot. The gulf between our world and theirs is too vast, bridged only by these mute stone witnesses that refuse to explain themselves. The labyrinth of time runs both ways. We look back at them, trying to understand who they were, what they knew, how they achieved the impossible. And perhaps, in some way that transcends rational thought, they are looking forward at us, wondering if we will ever be worthy of the legacy they left carved in the eternal stone of the Serapeum. Let us speak plainly about what we know and what we do not. In the study of ancient history, certainty is a rare commodity, earned through careful excavation of evidence, meticulous analysis of artifacts, and rigorous debate among scholars who dedicate their lives to understanding the past. The Serapeum presents us with physical evidence that we can measure, photograph, and study. It also presents us with an absence, a void where explanation should be, and into that void flow theories both mainstream and fringe, each attempting to fill the silence left by the ancient craftsman. The conventional archaeological narrative proceeds as follows. The Serapeum was created during Egypt's dynastic period, primarily the New Kingdom and later. The granite sarcophagi were quarried at Aswan, using techniques consistent with ancient Egyptian stoneworking. They were transported via the Nile on specially constructed barges during the annual flood, when water levels were high enough to support such massive loads. Upon reaching Saqqara, the boxes were moved overland using sledges and rollers, with the path potentially lubricated with water or milk to reduce friction. And the lids set in place using wooden levers and human labor numbering in the hundreds or thousands. This explanation is based on evidence from other large-scale Egyptian construction projects. We know the Egyptians moved massive stone blocks for the pyramids, for obelisks, for colossal statues. We have paintings and reliefs showing teams of workers hauling stone. We have quarry marks indicating how blocks were extracted. We have mathematical papyri suggesting they understood leverage and force multiplication. If they could build the Great Pyramid, the reasoning goes, they could certainly create and position the Serapeum sarcophagi. But the pyramid builders left evidence of their methods. At the Giza plateau, we can see the ramps, the tool marks, the infrastructure of construction. The workers' villages have been excavated, revealing where the laborers lived, what they ate, how they were organized. The pyramids themselves bear witness to the incremental process of their creation, with each course of stone providing a new level from which to lift the next. The entire process, while impressive, is comprehensible, difficult certainly, requiring organization and resources on a scale rarely matched in human history. The Serapeum is different. The The confined spaces, the precision, the polish, the weight, all combine to create a challenge that seems qualitatively distinct from other ancient Egyptian achievements. The flatness of the interior surfaces, the perpendicularity of the walls, the parallelism of opposing faces, all exhibit tolerances that he argues are consistent with modern machine work. Dunn suggests that the boxes were created using some form of precision tooling, possibly powered machinery that leaves signatures in the stone similar to those produced by contemporary cutting and grinding equipment. Other researchers have focused on the logistics. Uncharted X, a channel dedicated to exploring ancient mysteries, has documented the Serapeum extensively, measuring the corridors, examining the chambers, they suggest that ancient cultures may have achieved specific, highly specialized capabilities that were later lost, leaving behind artifacts we can observe but not fully explain. They argue that our assumptions about what ancient people could and could not do may be limited by our own biases, our tendency to project our methods backward in time and assume that if we would struggle to accomplish something, so too would they. The debate is more than academic. It touches on fundamental questions about human ingenuity, cultural memory, and the nature of knowledge itself. How much do we really understand about the capabilities of our ancestors? How much evidence would it take to revise our established historical narratives? At what point does skepticism of extraordinary claims become dogmatism, a refusal to consider possibilities that challenge comfortable certainties? The Serapeum refuses to provide easy answers. The boxes sit in their chambers, precisely positioned, perfectly polished, maddeningly silent. They do not explain themselves. They simply exist, a challenge carved in granite, daring us to explain them using only the tools and knowledge we assume the ancient Egyptians possessed. And here is where we must acknowledge the limits of our certainty. We cannot prove, beyond all doubt, exactly how the sarcophagi were created and positioned. We can infer, we can hypothesize, we can point to other achievements and say, if they did this, they could do that. And a half after Mariette's discovery suggests that the Serapeum guards its secrets still. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians would be amused by our confusion. Perhaps they would see our inability to replicate their work as evidence that we have lost something essential, some understanding of stone and force and precision that they took for granted. Or perhaps they would be puzzled by our insistence on explanations, on reducing their achievements to lists of tools and techniques. Maybe the boxes were never meant to be understood. Maybe they were meant to be experienced, to inspire awe and wonder, to remind all who stood before them that human capability, when joined to faith and determination, can achieve the impossible. We stand at the intersection of evidence and mystery, of what can be measured and what must be imagined. The Serapeum invites us to question, to explore, to refuse the comfort of easy answers. And in that invitation, perhaps, lies its greatest gift. Not certainty, but wonder. Not explanation, but the recognition that the past is deeper, stranger, and more magnificent than we can fully comprehend. Every tool leaves a mark. This is a fundamental principle of archaeology and forensic science. When ancient craftsmen worked stone, they left behind evidence of their methods, subtle signatures that can be read by trained eyes. A copper saw produces characteristic parallel scratches. A chisel creates linear gouges. Abrasive grinding with sand leaves random, multi-directional scoring. The Serapeum sarcophagi bear marks, but they are marks that trouble those who study them most carefully. In certain locations, particularly in unfinished boxes and in areas where the polishing process was incomplete, tool marks remain visible. Some of these marks are consistent with expected ancient Egyptian techniques. There are areas that show the pecking patterns of stone pounders, the progressive removal of material through percussion. There are regions where grinding with progressively finer abrasives has smoothed the surface in preparation for final polishing. These marks tell a story we understand, a story of patient labor extended over months or years. But there are other marks. In some locations, researchers have documented what appear to be saw marks, parallel grooves running across the stone with consistent depth and spacing. These marks suggest the use of some form of sawing tool capable of cutting granite at rates that seem impossible for copper saws, even copper saws embedded with abrasive slurry. The depth and regularity of the cuts imply a mechanical process, something that could maintain consistent pressure and motion across extended periods. William Flinders Petrie, one of the founding fathers of scientific Egyptology, studied ancient Egyptian tool marks extensively in the late 19th century. He measured saw marks on granite and diorite blocks at various sites, calculating the rate of penetration per stroke. His findings were remarkable. Some marks suggested cutting rates of 1/10 of an inch per stroke, a figure that seemed impossibly high for copper tools cutting through one of the hardest stones on Earth. Petrie hypothesized the use of jewel-tipped saws, perhaps employing corundum or even diamond, but no such tools have ever been found in the archaeological record. Inside the Serapeum sarcophagi, in the corners where the internal walls meet the base, there are regions that present particular challenges for explanation. These inside corners are rounded with remarkably consistent radii, suggesting the use of some form of core drilling or rotary cutting tool. Creating such uniformly rounded internal corners using chisels or hand tools would be extraordinarily difficult, requiring exceptional control and likely leaving evidence of angular tool marks that would then need to be laboriously ground away. The consistency of these radii across multiple boxes suggests a standardized process, a technique that could be reliably repeated. Core drilling itself presents another enigma. The ancient Egyptians demonstrably possessed core drilling technology. We have found granite drill cores at various sites, hollow cylinders of stone extracted when drilling circular holes. But the characteristics of these ancient drill cores sometimes defy explanation. Some show spiral grooves on their surfaces, suggesting the drill was advancing into the stone at rates much faster than should be possible with copper tubes and sand abrasive. done has analyzed these cores and the holes they came from, noting that the groove patterns are consistent with high-speed machining. He points out that modern drill bits cutting hard materials leave similar spiral patterns, the result of the cutting tool advancing through the material at a consistent rate while rotating. To achieve this with hand-powered or even weighted copper drills using sand as an abrasive seems to require cutting rates that violate our understanding of material science. Copper is soft. Sand abrasive works slowly. The combination should produce gradual, grinding progress, not the rapid, consistent penetration suggested by the groove patterns. Mainstream archaeologists counter that these effects can be explained through techniques we simply haven't fully replicated yet. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians used specific types of sand with particularly sharp quartz grains. Perhaps they employed percussive drilling, pounding the drill as it rotated to fracture the stone rather than grind it away. Perhaps variations in the hardness of the granite itself, the presence of softer mineral inclusions, allowed for faster cutting in specific areas. The debate hinges on interpretations of physical evidence, with different researchers drawing different conclusions from the same tool marks. What cannot be disputed is the polish. The final surface finish of the Serapeum sarcophagi represents the culmination of the manufacturing process, and it is here that ancient Egyptian craftsmanship reaches its apex. The polished surfaces are not merely smooth. They are flat to extraordinary tolerances, reflective enough to show dim images, and uniform across areas measuring several square feet. Achieving this requires removing all tool marks, all variations in surface height, all irregularities that would scatter light. Progressively finer abrasives are applied with rubbing motions, each grade of abrasive removing the scratches left by the previous grade. The stone is constantly wetted to wash away debris and to provide a medium for the abrasive to work. The process is slow, meditative, requiring constant attention to maintain even pressure across the surface. For small objects, this is feasible. For the interior of a box measuring 8 feet by 12 feet by 4 feet deep, carved from solid granite with walls 30 inches thick, the scale of effort becomes almost incomprehensible. Consider the simple geometry. To polish the interior surfaces of just one sarcophagus requires treating approximately 300 square feet of granite to tolerances measured in thousandths of an inch. Every square foot must receive hours upon hours of attention, with the craftsmen constantly checking their progress, ensuring they are not creating dips or high spots, maintaining the absolute flatness that characterizes the finished product. Why? For what purpose? If the boxes were merely containers for mummified bulls, this level of finish is incomprehensible. The bulls do not require mere smooth granite. The priests performing the ceremonies would not be able to appreciate tolerances measured in thousandths of an inch. The boxes would fulfill their religious function perfectly well with surfaces rough from the quarry, or at most smoothed to remove sharp edges. The pursuit of precision beyond any practical need suggests that the precision itself was the goal, that the creation of these boxes was an exercise in pushing the boundaries of what was possible, a demonstration of mastery that transcended utility and entered the realm of art. Or it suggests that the boxes were created for a different purpose, one that required hermetic sealing, flat mating surfaces, and durability beyond anything organic materials could provide. What purpose that might be remains a subject of intense speculation. Some have proposed the boxes were designed to contain something precious that required protection from moisture, air, or light. Others suggest they were created as power sources or resonant chambers, utilizing the specific acoustic properties of granite and the geometric perfection of the internal cavity. These theories venture far from mainstream archaeology into territory where physical evidence ends and imagination begins. The tool marks remain, patient and permanent, waiting to be read. They are a language we are still learning to interpret, a record written in stone by craftsmen who took their techniques to the grave. Every mark is a word in that language. Every polished surface is a sentence. And the story they tell, when we finally learn to read it completely, may revolutionize our understanding of what the ancient world achieved. Until then, we have mysteries carved in granite, questions polished to perfection, and the uncomfortable knowledge that our ancestors may have known things we have yet to rediscover. 500 miles. That is the distance from the granite quarries of Aswan to the necropolis of Saqqara. 500 miles through desert and river, heat and flood, requiring coordination, resources, and determination on a scale that taxes the imagination. To understand the Serapeum, we must understand this journey. We must visualize the transportation of 100-ton blocks of stone across the length of Egypt, a feat that remains impressive even today, with modern equipment and infrastructure. The journey begins in Aswan, in the quarries where the granite outcrops from the earth in massive formations. The stone here is ancient, formed over 1 billion years ago in the depths of the Earth's crust, thrust upward by tectonic forces and then exposed by millennia of erosion. It is red granite primarily, colored by iron oxide, though black granite also appears. The quarries show the marks of ancient extraction, rectangular voids cut into the living rock, abandoned blocks still partially attached to the parent stone, evidence of techniques refined over generations. To remove a 100-ton block from the quarry requires first defining its boundaries. Workers would have used controlled fracturing, exploiting natural weaknesses in the stone or creating their own. They would drill or pound a series of holes along the desired line of separation, then drive wooden wedges into these holes and soak them with water. The wood expands as it absorbs moisture, exerting tremendous pressure on the stone, causing it to crack along the predetermined line. This technique is patient, reliable, and visible in quarries throughout Egypt. Once freed from the parent stone, the block must be moved. Here, we enter the realm of speculation supported by limited evidence. The Egyptians understood the principles of reducing friction. They knew that stone moved more easily across wood than across sand, that water or other lubricants could further ease the effort. Paintings and reliefs from various periods show statues being moved on sledges, with teams of workers pulling ropes, while others pour liquid onto the path ahead. But these images depict objects weighing perhaps a few tons. A 100-ton block represents a qualitative difference, not merely a quantitative one. The math is unforgiving. Moving a 100-ton load across any surface requires overcoming static friction, which for stone on stone, or even stone on wood, can be substantial. Even assuming generous coefficients of friction reduced by lubrication, the force required would necessitate hundreds of workers pulling in perfect coordination. The logistics of organizing such teams, maintaining their efforts over extended periods, and coordinating their movements without mechanical communication systems represents a management challenge as significant as the physical one. But let us assume they succeeded. The block has been moved from the quarry to the Nile. Now comes the river journey. The Nile was Egypt's highway, its primary means of transporting heavy goods across distances that would be impossible to traverse by land. During the annual flood, the river swells, its waters rising and spreading across the floodplains, creating a vast transportation network where boats could venture inland with relative ease. This was the season for major transport operations, when the power of the current could be harnessed, when deep draft barges could be floated. But constructing a barge capable of carrying a 100-ton granite block is its own engineering challenge. The vessel must be large enough to provide sufficient buoyancy, stable enough to prevent capsizing, and sturdy enough to withstand the concentrated load without breaking apart. No such barges have survived, which is unsurprising given that ancient Egyptian boats were typically constructed from cedar or other woods that decay completely given sufficient time. But we can infer their characteristics from the loads they must have carried. Loading the block onto the barge would require either ramps extending into the water at loading points, or perhaps specially constructed dry docks that could be flooded once the block was positioned. The barge, once loaded, would sit low in the water, barely floating, its deck nearly awash. Controlling such a vessel in the currents of the Nile would require skill and experience, with crews using poles, oars, and possibly sails to navigate around obstacles and maintain their course. The journey upstream from Aswan to Memphis, near modern Cairo, would take weeks, possibly months, depending on conditions. The crews would need to stop regularly to rest, to repair any damage to the barge, to wait out unfavorable conditions. At the cataracts, where the river rushes through narrow channels broken by rocky outcrops, the barge would need to be carefully guided or perhaps even unloaded, and the block transported around the obstacles by land before being reloaded downstream. Upon reaching Memphis, the block would be offloaded and prepared for the final leg of its journey. Saqqara lies on the edge of the western desert, several miles from the Nile's banks. This overland journey, though short compared to the river voyage, presented its own challenges. The route would need to be prepared, perhaps with wooden rollers laid in sequence, with the sledge carrying the block moved forward from roller to roller as it advanced. Or perhaps they used a road, a prepared surface of packed earth or wooden beams strong enough to support the weight. And then, finally, the block arrives at the Serapeum. But the journey is not over. The most difficult phase remains. The block must be moved underground, down into the galleries carved beneath the desert. The conventional explanation suggests that ramps or shafts were used, with the block lowered gradually through careful application of ropes and counterweights. But no clear evidence of such ramps has been found, and the dimensions of the galleries themselves make the process seem impossibly difficult. The corridors are narrow. The chambers barely accommodate the finished sarcophagi with mere inches of clearance. If the blocks were lowered as rough-cut forms and then carved in place, this would explain the positioning, but raises the question of how workers could access the stone to work it once it was in such a confined space. The debris from carving must be removed, requiring room to work and passages to transport the waste stone. Yet the galleries show no evidence of the extensive excavation that would be necessary to provide such working space. If, alternatively, the boxes were carved to their final dimensions before being moved underground, the positioning becomes even more inexplicable. Threading a 100-ton finished granite box through passages with minimal clearance, around corners, into chambers barely larger than the box itself, all without damaging the polished surfaces or cracking the stone, seems to require capabilities bordering on the supernatural. Yet there they are, 24 granite sarcophagi, positioned with millimetric precision in their underground chambers. The transport, the positioning, the sheer logistics of the undertaking represent an achievement that we struggle to replicate even with modern machinery. And the ancient Egyptians accomplished it not once, but 24 times, over a period spanning centuries, maintaining standards of precision that never wavered. The journey of the granite from Aswan to Saqqara is a journey across the boundaries of our understanding. Every step of the process, when examined closely, presents challenges that our current reconstructions struggle to address. We can say with confidence that the ancient Egyptians moved the stone. The boxes exist, but how exactly they achieved this, what techniques they employed, what knowledge they possessed that allowed them to succeed, where modern engineers express doubt, remains shrouded in the desert sands of history. There are moments in archaeology when the evidence speaks clearly. A pottery shard bearing a dated inscription tells us when it was made. A tomb with its seals intact reveals burial practices and beliefs. A city buried by volcanic ash preserves a moment frozen in time, allowing us to reconstruct daily life with remarkable detail. And then there are moments when the evidence is silent, when artifacts refuse to yield their secrets, when the physical remains of the past pose questions that generations of scholars cannot answer. The Serapeum sarcophagi are silent. This is perhaps the most frustrating aspect of their mystery. The ancient Egyptians were not generally secretive about their achievements. They carved boastful inscriptions on their monuments, claiming credit for great works, praising pharaohs who commissioned projects, describing the numbers of workers employed and the resources expended. The temples are covered in hieroglyphs detailing rituals and mythologies. The tombs overflow with texts meant to guide the deceased through the afterlife. Egyptian civilization gave us some of the most detailed written records of the ancient world. But the granite boxes in the Serapeum bear almost no inscriptions. A few have cartouches, royal names that allow Egyptologists to date them to specific reigns. But most are blank, smooth, anonymous. There are no construction records, no dedicatory texts, no proud proclamations from the craftsmen who achieved the impossible. The boxes exist in a void of documentation, as though the knowledge of their creation was too sacred to inscribe, or too obvious to warrant explanation, or perhaps not Egyptian at all. This absence of information creates space for speculation. Some researchers point to the blank surfaces as evidence that the boxes predate the hieroglyphic inscriptions, that they were created by a culture that did not use written language, or at least did not use the hieroglyphic system of dynastic Egypt. If this were true, if the granite sarcophagi were inherited rather than created by the civilization we know as ancient Egypt, it would explain the silence. You do not inscribe explanations for objects whose purpose and origins you do not fully understand. Others argue that the lack of inscription is itself significant, that it indicates a different relationship between the object and its creators. In mainstream Egyptian tomb construction, the tomb is a billboard, a space for texts and images that reinforce the identity of the deceased and ensure their successful journey to the afterlife. But the granite boxes exist as pure objects, their purpose contained in their form, their meaning expressed through proportion and precision rather than words. They are minimalist in their perfection, speaking a language of geometry and craftsmanship that transcends hieroglyphs. We must acknowledge the possibility that the boxes were never meant to communicate with us. They were created for the bulls, for the gods, for purposes that did not require human explanation. The priests who conducted the ceremonies, the craftsmen who carved the stone, the pharaohs who commissioned the work, all operated within a cultural context where the meaning of the Serapeum was self-evident. To them, the boxes needed no explanation. They were what they were, perfect vessels for sacred remains, monuments to divine order made manifest in stone. But the silence extends beyond the boxes themselves. Why do we have no papyri describing their construction? Why do the walls of the Serapeum lack the detailed construction scenes found in other Egyptian monuments? Why did the Greeks and Romans, who were fascinated by Egyptian achievements and wrote extensively about pyramids and temples, barely mention the Serapeum in their surviving texts? The few classical references that exist speak of the Apis cult, of the sacred bulls worshipped in Memphis, but they do not describe the granite sarcophagi or express wonder at their precision and scale. It is as though the Serapeum existed outside the normal discourse of the ancient world, a secret hidden in plain sight, known to those who needed to know, but invisible to the curious observers who documented everything else. This selective visibility raises questions about the nature of knowledge in ancient Egypt, about what was public and what was restricted, about how information was controlled and transmitted across generations. In esoteric traditions, There is a concept of mystery schools, institutions where advanced knowledge was taught to initiates while being carefully hidden from the masses. Some researchers speculate that the construction techniques used to create the Serapeum sarcophagi were secrets of such schools, passed down through generations of craftsmen who were sworn to silence. The knowledge would be practical, not written, transmitted through demonstration and practice rather than texts. This would explain why we have no construction manuals, no technical treatises describing how to achieve the precision we observe. The knowledge was embodied in people, and when those people died without passing on their techniques, the knowledge died with them. This theory is romantic, but difficult to prove. We have no evidence of such mystery schools, at least not in the form of buildings or institutions that can be archaeologically verified. We have craft guilds, certainly, groups of specialists who controlled knowledge related to their professions. Stonemasons, carpenters, metalworkers, all would have had techniques and secrets they guarded. But the leap from guild secrets to hidden schools of advanced technical knowledge is substantial, requiring evidence that remains elusive. The silence of the Serapeum sarcophagi also invites us to consider what else might be silent, what other achievements of the ancient world we might be overlooking, because they do not conform to our expectations. We search for texts, for inscriptions, for written evidence that confirms our theories. But what if some knowledge was never written? What if some achievements were considered too sacred or too dangerous to document? What if the most advanced capabilities of ancient cultures were precisely those things they chose not to explain, preserving them through practice while denying written records to those who might misuse the knowledge? In the end, the silence becomes part of the mystery, an element as integral to the Serapeum as the stone itself. The boxes do not explain themselves. They simply exist, challenging us to understand them, using only the evidence of our eyes and the tools of our analysis. They are a test, perhaps, of our willingness to accept that the past may contain capabilities we have not rediscovered, knowledge that was achieved and then lost, leaving behind only its impossible products as evidence that it once existed. We stand in the galleries, surrounded by silence. The stones do not speak. The walls hold no answers. And in that profound quiet, we are left with wonder, with questions, and with the humbling recognition that some mysteries may resist solution, that some achievements of the past may remain forever, just beyond the reach of our understanding. The Serapeum does not belong solely to the past. It exists in the present, a tourist destination, an archaeological site, a place where modern pilgrims come to stand before the ancient mystery and draw their own conclusions. The experience of visiting the Serapeum has become part of its story, adding new layers of meaning to the stone boxes that have waited in darkness for millennia. Today, visitors descend the same entrance Mariette cleared in 1850. Though the path is now lit with electric lights, marked with signs in multiple languages, regulated by the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, the romantic adventure of archaeological discovery has given way to the organized efficiency of heritage management. You purchase a ticket, perhaps hire a guide, and join a stream of tourists from every corner of the globe, all drawn by the same irresistible question: how? The galleries have been made safe for visitors. Railings prevent too close approaches to the sarcophagi. Lighting illuminates the spaces in ways torches never could, revealing details while simultaneously removing some of the atmospheric mystery that made Mariette's first descent so profound. Photography is allowed, and the boxes have been photographed millions of times from every conceivable angle, their images shared across social media, analyzed in forums, debated in comment sections by people who have never stood before them in person. Yet, despite this accessibility, despite the electric lights and the crowds and the selfies taken with granite boxes as backdrops, the Serapeum retains its power. There is something about physical presence, about standing in that space with those objects, that photographs cannot capture. The scale becomes real. The precision becomes tangible. You can place your hand on the polished surface, feel the cold smoothness, marvel at the reflection of your own face in stone that was carved thousands of years before you were born. Many visitors arrive with preconceptions, influenced by the debates that rage online about the Serapeum's origins and purpose. Some come expecting to find evidence of advanced lost civilizations, of ancient high technology, of knowledge suppressed by mainstream archaeology. Others come skeptical, armed with conventional explanations, ready to demonstrate that there is no mystery, only our lack of understanding about ancient techniques. Both groups leave with their beliefs reinforced because the Serapeum, in its silence, confirms whatever you bring to it. This phenomenon is worth examining. The boxes are neutral evidence, physical objects that exist independent of our interpretations. Yet, they generate passionate debate, with researchers and enthusiasts drawing radically different conclusions from the same observable facts. Some see impossible precision that could only be achieved with advanced technology. Others see impressive but ultimately achievable results of patient handwork. The same tool marks, the same polished surfaces, the same confined spaces, all interpreted through different frameworks that lead to opposite conclusions. Part of this divergence stems from the question of what we mean by advanced. The Serapeum sarcophagi are undeniably advanced, representing achievement at the upper limits of what ancient stoneworking could accomplish. But advanced compared to what? If we compare them to modern machine tools, they seem impossibly precise for handwork. If we compare them to other ancient Egyptian stone objects, they are exceptional, but perhaps not inexplicable. The frame of reference determines the interpretation. There is also the experiential factor. Many people who study the Serapeum from photographs and measurements come away with different impressions than those who visit in person. The photographs can be analyzed, the measurements debated, the arguments constructed in the abstract realm of data and theory. But standing in the gallery, looking at a 100-ton box that fits in its chamber with inches of clearance, trying to imagine how it got there, the visceral impact of the achievement hits differently. It is one thing to read that ancient Egyptians had organizational skills and patient labor. It is another to stand in that space and try to visualize the process. The guides who work at the Serapeum have their own relationship with the site. They tell the standard story, the approved narrative about Apis bulls and religious practices. But sometimes, when tourists ask the harder questions, when someone points to the precision or the positioning and asks how, the guides will smile and shrug. They know the official answers. They also know that the official answers do not satisfy everyone. Some guides have their own theories, developed through years of bringing visitors to the site, observing their reactions, pondering the same questions that have puzzled researchers for generations. There is a democratization of mystery happening in the modern age. The Serapeum is not hidden anymore, not the exclusive domain of archaeologists and academics. Anyone with the price of a plane ticket and entrance fee can visit. Anyone with internet access can watch videos of the site, examine photographs, read competing theories. This openness has its benefits and its drawbacks. More minds contemplating the mystery means more potential for insight, more diverse perspectives that might notice things specialists miss. But it also means more noise, more unfounded speculation, more theories built on misunderstandings or wishful thinking rather than evidence. In recent years, the Egyptian government has made efforts to preserve the Serapeum while managing the impact of tourism. The site sees thousands of visitors annually, and the simple act of breathing raises humidity levels in the underground chambers, potentially damaging the stone over time. Restrictions have been implemented, limiting access to certain areas, controlling how close visitors can approach the boxes. These measures are necessary but frustrating for those who want to examine the sarcophagi in detail, who want to make their own measurements and observations. The tension between preservation and access reflects a larger challenge in archaeology. Sites like the Serapeum are part of human heritage, belonging in some sense to all of us, but they are also fragile, requiring protection from the very interest that makes them valuable. How do we balance the desire to study, to understand, to experience these ancient achievements with the need to ensure they survive for future generations? There are no easy answers, only compromises that satisfy no one completely. But they also leave with an experience, a memory of standing in the presence of something that defies easy explanation, something that reminds us that the human story is longer and stranger than we sometimes remember. Some mysteries are meant to be solved. They are puzzles with missing pieces, waiting for new evidence to complete the picture. Other mysteries are different. They are not problems to be solved, but realities to be contemplated, phenomena that challenge our assumptions and force us to reconsider what we think we know. The Serapeum sarcophagi belong to this second category. They are a legacy of questions, each generation inheriting them from the last, adding their own observations and theories, then passing the mystery forward unsolved. What have we learned in the century and a half since Mariette's discovery? We have learned that reasonable people examining the same evidence can reach dramatically different conclusions, that the interpretation of archaeological data is not as objective as we might wish. We have learned that our assumptions about technological progression may be oversimplified, that ancient peoples may have possessed specialized knowledge that does not fit neatly into our narratives of cultural evolution. They looked at stone and saw possibilities we struggle to recognize. They commanded resources and coordinated efforts on scales we find difficult to replicate even with modern machinery. The site has become a touchstone for broader debates about ancient advanced civilizations, about the possibility of lost knowledge, about whether human history is the simple linear progression from primitive to advanced that our textbooks suggest. Mainstream scholars counter that the Serapeum, while impressive, is explicable within the framework of known ancient Egyptian capabilities, that no appeals to lost civilizations or advanced technology are necessary. They have been featured in documentaries, discussed in podcasts, analyzed in YouTube videos with millions of views. To some, they are evidence of human ingenuity and determination. To others, they are mysteries that hint at knowledge we have lost. There is power in mystery, a kind of power that solved puzzles lack. They may discover new evidence that clarifies what we find confusing, or they may simply add their own questions to the list, enriching the mystery without solving it. The boxes will wait. They have waited for thousands of years already. They can wait thousands more. It suggests that the Serapeum sarcophagi were not merely tombs, but devices, that their precision and construction served a functional purpose beyond containing mummified remains. The boxes are rectangular cavities with parallel walls, precisely dimensioned, with lids that create hermetic seals. Could the Serapeum boxes have served similar purposes, perhaps as part of initiation rituals where initiates would be sealed inside, surrounded by vibrating stone, experiencing altered states of consciousness through sound? The theory is fascinating but difficult to prove. We have no ancient texts describing such uses. Some speculate about artifacts, scrolls, or objects of great value that were sealed in the boxes long before the bulls were added. If the granite sarcophagi predated the Apis cult's use of the Serapeum, they may have originally contained treasures or knowledge that later cultures did not understand. When the boxes were opened in antiquity, these original contents could have been removed, lost, or destroyed, leaving only the empty boxes for the priests of Memphis to repurpose. But it illustrates how the mystery of the Serapeum generates theories, how the silence of the stones creates a vacuum that speculation rushes to fill. Without written records, without clear dating, without understanding of the full historical context, we are left to infer purpose from form, to deduce function from precision, to imagine uses that fit the evidence we observe. There is also the question of consciousness and intent. Modern science recognizes that human consciousness, intention, and belief can have measurable effects on physical systems, though the mechanisms are not fully understood. Ancient cultures worldwide believed that consciousness was fundamental, that focused intention could shape reality, that rituals and ceremonies were not merely symbolic, but functionally effective. The elaborate rituals performed at the Serapeum, the chanting of priests, the offerings made to the gods, all occurred in the presence of these massive granite structures. Could the boxes have been designed to amplify, focus, or preserve these energies? Again, we enter territory where scientific method struggles. How do you test such hypotheses? How do you measure the effects of consciousness on stone? Yet the ancient Egyptians believed in such effects. They carved words of power on their monuments. They performed rituals designed to animate statues, to give life to stone through sacred speech. They treated objects as living entities that could be awakened through proper ceremonies. Perhaps the Serapeum sarcophagi were understood by their creators as more than inert stone, but as charged objects, reservoirs of power accumulated through generations of ritual use. The resonance of stone, whether acoustic or metaphysical, whether measurable or mystical, adds another dimension to the mystery. It suggests that the boxes may have served purposes we cannot easily categorize using modern terminology, that they existed at the intersection of technology and spirituality in ways that our divided worldview struggles to accommodate. We separate the practical from the sacred, the functional from the symbolic. But perhaps the ancient Egyptians did not make such distinctions. Perhaps they created objects that were simultaneously tombs and tools, containers and resonators, physical structures and spiritual machines. These theories will remain theories unless new evidence emerges. but they serve a purpose beyond explaining the Serapeum. They remind us that ancient peoples thought differently than we do, that they operated according to principles and paradigms that do not map neatly onto our scientific materialism. They challenge us to expand our thinking, to consider possibilities outside our usual frameworks, to entertain ideas that seem strange or impossible, while remaining critical and evidence-based in our evaluations. The stone resonates with mystery. Whether that resonance is acoustic, historical, or purely metaphorical, it continues to echo across the centuries, inviting each generation to listen. The story of the Serapeum does not end. It continues, each year bringing new visitors, new researchers, new perspectives on the ancient mystery. The boxes sit in their chambers, patient and permanent, waiting for the answers we seek or the questions we have not yet thought to ask. They are monuments to human capability, but also monuments to human curiosity, to our endless drive to understand what came before, to connect with ancestors separated from us by gulfs of time that dwarf individual lives. Before you rises a granite box, its surface smooth as glass, its edges sharp and true, its presence undeniable. Place your hand on the stone. Feel the cold smoothness, the slight texture that remains despite millennia. This is real. This is not myth or legend or speculation. This is stone that was quarried, transported, carved, and polished by human hands using techniques we struggle to replicate. Whatever else the Serapeum may be, it is proof that our ancestors achieved the extraordinary. The debate about how they did it will continue. New technologies may allow more precise measurements. New archaeological techniques may uncover evidence currently hidden. Or perhaps the mystery will simply persist, generation after generation inheriting the question and finding no definitive answer. Both outcomes are valuable. The first expands our knowledge, filling in gaps in our understanding of ancient capabilities. The second preserves wonder, reminding us that reality contains depths we have not plumbed, that the past holds secrets that may never fully yield to our investigations. What would the ancient craftsmen think if they could see us now, standing before their work with our laser levels and our theories, our debates, and our doubts? Would they be amused by our confusion? Would they be pleased that their achievements still inspire awe after thousands of years? Or would they be saddened that the knowledge they possessed, the techniques they mastered, have been lost so completely that we can barely conceive of how they accomplished what they did? We cannot know. The craftsmen left no messages for us beyond the work itself. The boxes are their testament, more eloquent than words, more permanent than papyrus. They say, "We were here. We did this. We commanded stone as you command your machines. We achieved precision you struggle to match. We created beauty and permanence from the hardest material we could find. Remember us." And we do remember, though imperfectly, through the veil of centuries and the fog of lost knowledge. We remember them as we stand in the Serapeum, as we run our hands over polished granite, as we marvel at the impossible positioning and wonder at the silent question that echoes through the chambers. How? Perhaps the greatest gift of the Serapeum is not the answer to that question, but the question itself. It keeps us humble. It prevents us from becoming too confident in our understanding of the past, too certain that we have mapped all of history's territories. It reminds us that there are achievements we cannot easily explain, capabilities we have not recovered, knowledge that was attained and then lost. It invites us to imagine a past that was more sophisticated, more capable, more mysterious than our textbooks suggest. As you leave the Serapeum, climbing back toward the surface, toward the light and heat of the Egyptian sun, the boxes remain below. They will be there tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that, outlasting governments and dynasties, surviving wars and revolutions, persisting through the ages with the patience of stone. Future generations will descend those same stairs, will stand before those same boxes, will ask those same questions. The mystery will continue, refreshed by each new perspective, enriched by each new attempt to understand. And somewhere in that continuity, in that unbroken chain of wonder passing from generation to generation, we connect with the ancient craftsmen who created these impossible objects. We do not understand their methods, but we share their impulse. They wanted to create something that would last forever, that would speak across the ages, that would remind all who came after that human beings, working with stone and determination, can achieve the extraordinary. They succeeded. The Serapeum endures. The boxes wait. How? The desert does not answer. The stone remains silent, and the mystery, eternal as the granite that holds it, continues its patient wait for understanding that may come tomorrow, or in 1,000 years, or perhaps never at all. Working toward answers that may forever elude us, united by the simple, powerful, endless human need to understand. The Serapeum of Saqqara, 100-ton boxes that defy explanation, a legacy carved in granite, an eternal question written in stone, and we, the inheritors of mystery, standing at the threshold of wonder, looking back across the abyss of time at ourselves, reflected in polished stone that has waited 4,000 years for us to comprehend what it represents. The journey does not end here. It never ends. As long as stones remain and humans ask questions, the mystery endures. And in that endurance, in that permanent invitation to wonder, the Serapeum achieves its purpose, not to contain the dead, but to inspire the living, not to answer questions, but to ensure they are forever asked. Rest now. The journey through time is complete, but the question remains patient as stone, eternal as wonder, waiting in the darkness beneath Saqqara, for the next seeker to descend into the galleries and stand before the impossible and ask once more the question that has no answer and every answer: how? Welcome to sleepless ancient Odyssey. The day is done. It is time now to let the noise of your world fade into silence. Find your most comfortable position, and for the next few moments, simply relax. Tonight's Odyssey is about to begin. Tonight, we journey to the sun-scorched sands of ancient Egypt, to a place that has haunted explorers for over 2,000 years. You will witness the grandeur of a monument that rivaled the pyramids themselves. You will walk among priests who guarded secrets beneath the desert floor, and you will discover why the greatest structure of the ancient world vanished almost without trace. This is not merely history. This is the story of hubris and memory, of power that crumbles and mysteries that endure. Whether you are here for a story to captivate your mind or a grand narrative to accompany you to sleep, your journey starts now. If you enjoy these odysseys, subscribe and join us every time we travel to the past. Now, let us begin. The desert south of Cairo keeps its secrets well. Sand stretches toward every horizon, interrupted only by the dark silhouettes of pyramids that have stood for millennia. The wind moves constantly here, reshaping dunes, exposing stones that have not seen sunlight for centuries, then burying them again. It is a landscape of impermanence, where even monuments to eternity slowly disappear. But there is one place, near the ancient site of Hawara, where the sand conceals something extraordinary. Something that the ancient Greeks declared more magnificent than all the pyramids combined. Something that has vanished so completely that modern scholars once questioned whether it ever existed at all. The locals know this place. They call it by various names, remnants of older tongues. When asked what lies beneath the sand, they speak of vast chambers, of corridors that run for miles, of ceilings held aloft by forests of columns. They speak of the labyrinth. In the 5th century before the Common Era, a Greek traveler named Herodotus came to Egypt. He was a curious man, hungry for wonders, and Egypt did not disappoint. He saw the great pyramids at Giza, walked through temples whose columns seemed to hold up the sky itself, and marveled at the Sphinx with its enigmatic smile. But when Herodotus came to Hawara, he found something that left him searching for words adequate to describe it. He called it the labyrinth, borrowing the Greek term for an impossibly complex maze. But this was no mythical construction from legend. This was real, and it was staggering. Herodotus wrote that the labyrinth contained 3,000 rooms, half above the ground, half below. He walked through its upper chambers, counting corridors that seemed to multiply the further he ventured. Courts opened onto courts, halls led to halls, passages twisted back upon themselves in patterns that defied memory. He wrote that it surpassed even the pyramids in the labor required to build it, in the intricacy of its design, in the sheer audacity of its conception. Other ancient writers confirmed his account. Strabo came centuries later and described the same marvel. Pliny the Elder recorded its dimensions and spoke of its countless chambers. For the ancient world, the labyrinth of Hawara was as real and as remarkable as any wonder they knew. And then it disappeared. Not suddenly, not in a single catastrophic event, but slowly, gradually, the way great things sometimes fade when no one is watching closely enough. The sand crept in. Stone was quarried away by those who saw only building material, not history. Centuries passed. The labyrinth, which had dominated this landscape for 2,000 years, became a ghost, then a rumor, then a question mark in ancient texts that fewer and fewer people believed. By the 19th century, when European explorers began mapping Egypt's antiquities with scientific precision, they found no trace of the legendary labyrinth. They found the Pyramid of Hawara, yes, but no massive complex of 3,000 rooms. Some scholars began to suggest that Herodotus had exaggerated, or that he had been deceived, or that the ancient writers had simply repeated each other's errors until fiction became accepted as fact. But the desert keeps its secrets, and beneath the sand at Hawara, something vast still waits. To understand what the labyrinth was and why it mattered so profoundly to the ancient Egyptians, we must travel back further still, back to a time when Egypt was not yet the unified kingdom of pharaohs and pyramids, back to when the land along the Nile was still finding its shape, its purpose, its soul. We must go back to the Middle Kingdom, to the 12th dynasty, to the reign of a pharaoh named Amenemhat III. Amenemhat III ruled Egypt for nearly half a century in the 19th century before the Common Era. His reign came at a time when Egypt had reclaimed its power after a period of fragmentation and chaos. The Middle Kingdom was an age of renaissance, of renewed confidence, of ambition. But Amenemhat was not like the pyramid builders of old. He did not seek to touch the sky with monuments of stone. His vision was more practical, more revolutionary. He looked at the desert and saw potential. He looked at the flood cycles of the Nile and saw a challenge that human ingenuity could overcome. The Nile, that great green artery cutting through an ocean of sand, was Egypt's life. Every year it flooded, covering the fields with rich black silt that made the narrow strip of land along its banks the most fertile in the known world. But the flood was unpredictable. Some years it came weak, and famine followed. Other years it came too strong, washing away villages and drowning livestock. Egypt lived and died by water it could not control. Amenemhat decided to control it. In the Fayum, a vast depression in the desert southwest of Memphis, there lay a natural basin connected to the Nile by channels. Here, Amenemhat ordered the construction of a massive hydraulic engineering project. His workers deepened the basin, widened the channels, built locks and levees, and sophisticated control systems. They transformed a marshy lowland into what would become known as Lake Moeris, one of the ancient world's greatest reservoirs. The lake could store excess floodwater in years of abundance and release it in years of scarcity. It turned the Fayum from a marginal region into a paradise of agriculture. Fields of wheat and barley spread where once there had been little but papyrus swamps. Villages grew into towns. The population multiplied. Egypt became more secure, more prosperous, more powerful than it had been in generations. This was Amenemhat's true pyramid, not a mountain of stone meant only to house his corpse, but a living monument that fed his people and stabilized his kingdom. The ancient writers remembered him as a wise ruler, a builder of practical wonders, a king who understood that true power came not from monuments to the gods, but from mastery of the natural world. Yet Amenemhat knew something else as well. He knew that power, even the most practical power, requires symbols. It requires spaces where that power can be made visible, tangible, overwhelming. The people needed to see their pharaoh's greatness embodied in stone. The bureaucracy needed a center, a place where the complexity of administering Egypt could be organized and displayed. The gods needed temples, and the dead needed tombs. And so Amenemhat conceived of something unprecedented, a structure that would serve all these purposes at once, a building that would be tomb, temple, palace, and administrative center combined, a monument that would reflect the complexity of Egypt itself, with all its nomes and districts, its gods and rituals, its living and its dead. He ordered the construction of the labyrinth. The site chosen was Hawara, at the edge of the Fayum, overlooking the agricultural paradise he had created. Here, beside his pyramid, the great work began. Thousands of workers labored for decades. They quarried limestone and granite. They cut massive blocks and dragged them across the desert. They built foundations that could support a structure of unprecedented size and intricacy. The design was revolutionary. Rather than a single temple or palace, the labyrinth would be a city unto itself. Courts and halls would represent each of Egypt's administrative districts. Chapels would be dedicated to every major deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Underground chambers would house the royal burial and countless treasures. The entire complex would be roofed, creating a vast interior space where sunlight filtered through high windows, illuminating corridors that seemed to go on forever. Amenemhat did not live to see it completed. He died and was entombed in his pyramid at Hawara, his body laid to rest in a massive quartzite sarcophagus deep within the structure. But the labyrinth continued to rise. His successors completed the vision, adding their own elements, expanding the complex, filling it with statuary and inscriptions and offerings. By the time it was finished, the labyrinth covered an area larger than several city blocks. Its walls enclosed 12 great courts, each dedicated to a different region of Egypt. Within those courts, nearly 3,000 rooms served every conceivable purpose. Some were chapels for worship, their walls covered in hieroglyphic prayers. Others were administrative offices where scribes tallied grain harvests and recorded tax payments. Still others were treasure houses, storerooms, libraries, and chambers whose purposes have been lost to time. The roof was made of single slabs of stone, each weighing many tons, laid across the entire complex. The scale was almost incomprehensible. To walk from one end of the labyrinth to the other required traversing hundreds of yards of corridors. To explore every room would take days, perhaps weeks, and beneath it all, carved into the bedrock, lay the subterranean levels. Here, in darkness, the true mysteries resided. To enter the labyrinth was to enter another world. The massive doorway that served as the main entrance opened onto a columned hall of such vastness that the far wall was barely visible in the dim interior light. Columns rose in neat rows, each one carved from a single piece of stone, each one topped with capitals shaped like lotus flowers or papyrus plants. The ceiling above was lost in shadow. The air inside was different from the air outside, cooler, heavier, scented with incense and lamp oil. Sound behaved strangely here. Footsteps echoed, but voices seemed muffled, absorbed by the stone. There was a sense of being inside something alive, some massive organism with its own atmosphere and acoustics. From that first hall, doorways opened in every direction. A visitor could choose any of them and find themselves in another hall, equally grand, with more doorways leading to more halls beyond. The design was intentionally complex, a physical manifestation of divine order that human minds could not fully comprehend. To wander the labyrinth without guidance was to become lost in a maze of stone and shadow. But there was order beneath the apparent chaos. The Egyptians who built this place understood it completely. Each section corresponded to a nome, one of the administrative districts into which Egypt was divided. Each nome had its own court within the labyrinth, its own chapels, its own chambers for conducting the business of that region. Officials who came to Hawara from every corner of Egypt could find their way to their designated area, conduct their affairs, and participate in the grand rituals that unified the kingdom. The 12 great courts were the heart of the complex. Each was an open space surrounded by columns, open to the sky through clear story windows that allowed sunlight to pour in. The light struck the polished limestone walls and reflected in shifting patterns as the sun moved across the sky. At certain hours, certain chambers would be brilliantly illuminated, while others remained in shadow. The play of light and dark was itself a kind of language, a temporal code that marked the passage of days and seasons. In the courts, processions would gather, priests in white linen robes, their heads shaved, their feet bare on the cool stone floor. They carried offerings, bread and beer, incense and flowers, cuts of meat, and jars of wine. They chanted hymns whose words had been ancient when the labyrinth was new. The sound would build and echo through the halls, filling the entire structure with devotion made audible. Between the courts lay the forest of rooms. Some were tiny, barely large enough for a single person to stand in, their walls covered entirely in hieroglyphs. These were perhaps teaching rooms, places where initiates learned to read the sacred language, or meditation cells where priests sought communion with the divine. Others were vast halls that could accommodate hundreds of people, their ceilings supported by rows of columns that seemed to march away into infinity. The scribes had their own section, a warren of rooms where Egypt's records were kept. Here, on papyrus scrolls and ostraca shards, the entire machinery of the kingdom was documented. Harvest yields from every nome, tax receipts, legal disputes and their resolutions, temple inventories, the census of cattle and goats, the deployment of work gangs for royal projects, birth records and death records, marriage contracts and property transfers. Everything that made Egypt function was written down and stored here in the labyrinth's memory. Then there were the treasure chambers, rooms filled with gold and silver, with precious stones and rare woods, with bolts of fine linen and jars of exotic oils. The wealth of a kingdom accumulated over generations, stored in darkness and guarded by massive doors fitted with complex locks. Only the highest officials knew which doors led to which treasures, and only the pharaoh himself held all the keys. The walls throughout the complex were covered in art. Reliefs showed the pharaoh making offerings to the gods, defeating Egypt's enemies, ensuring Ma'at, the cosmic order that kept chaos at bay. Painted scenes depicted the journey of the sun god Ra through the hours of night, battling the serpent Apophis, emerging triumphant at dawn. Every surface was a text, every image a prayer or a lesson or a memory preserved in stone. Statues stood in alcoves and at the ends of halls. Some were colossal, towering figures of pharaohs and gods carved from red granite or black basalt, their faces severe and eternal. Others were life-sized or smaller, depicting officials and priests, nobles and scribes, even common workers who had contributed to the labyrinth's construction. The stone figures watched over the living who moved through these spaces, a reminder that the past was never truly past, that the dead remained present, observing, judging, remembering. But for all the grandeur of the upper levels, it was what lay below that truly defined the labyrinth. The entrance to the lower labyrinth was not easy to find. Hidden behind a particular door, down a particular corridor, in a section of the complex that only the initiated could navigate, a stairway descended into darkness. The steps were worn smooth by countless feet, leading down through solid rock into chambers that had never seen the sun. Down here, the temperature dropped. The air was still, ancient, undisturbed by wind. Lamps had to be carried, their flickering light casting wild shadows on walls that pressed close. The sense of weight was palpable. Millions of tons of stone and sand above, pressing down, held at bay only by the genius of the architects who had carved these spaces from the living rock. The lower labyrinth was said to match the upper level in size and complexity. 1,500 rooms beneath the earth, mirroring the 1,500 rooms above. But where the upper level served the living, the lower level belonged to the dead. This was the true burial complex, the necropolis that stretched beneath the sands of Hawara. Not just the pharaoh's tomb, but chambers for the royal family, for high priests and officials, for anyone deemed worthy of eternal rest in proximity to the god-king. Sarcophagi of stone rested in these chambers, sealed and marked with protective spells. The walls were inscribed with passages from the Book of the Dead, instructions for navigating the afterlife, prayers for safe passage through the 12 hours of night. The Egyptians believed that death was not an ending, but a transition. The soul had to travel through the underworld, the duat, facing trials and judgment before reaching the field of reeds where the blessed dead dwelt forever. The tomb was not merely a place to store a corpse, but a machine for ensuring that transition went smoothly. Every element of its design, every spell inscribed on its walls, every offering placed within it, served a purpose in the deceased's journey. In the lower labyrinth, this purpose was magnified 1,000-fold. Here was not just a tomb, but an entire underworld recreated in stone. Corridors represented the winding paths through the duat. Chambers represented the halls of judgment, the caverns of monsters, the gates guarded by demons with knives. To be buried here was to begin the afterlife journey with every advantage, surrounded by magic and protection, in a space that had been consecrated by the most powerful rituals Egypt knew. Herodotus wrote that he was not permitted to enter the lower labyrinth. The priests who showed him the upper levels refused to take him below. Those chambers, they said, contained the tombs of the sacred crocodiles of Sobek and the bodies of the kings who built this place. They were too holy for foreign eyes. Perhaps this was true. Perhaps the priests simply wanted to preserve some mysteries, even from the curious Greek. Or perhaps they themselves no longer fully understood what lay in those depths, the original knowledge having been lost over the centuries. Whatever the truth, the lower labyrinth remained secret. While visitors marveled at the upper halls, below them lay an entire shadow complex, equally vast, equally intricate, its passages and chambers known only to a select few. And there was something else down there, if the whispers can be believed, something beyond burial chambers and treasure rooms. The ancient texts hint at it obliquely in passages that are fragmentary and ambiguous. They speak of the place where secrets are kept, of the chamber of forbidden wisdom, of the heart of the maze where truth dwells. Some scholars believe these references point to a library, a repository of knowledge hidden in the deepest part of the labyrinth. Egypt had many libraries, collections of papyri containing everything from mathematical treatises to magical spells, from star charts to medical texts, from histories to myths. But the library in the labyrinth, if it existed, would have been special. It would have contained the knowledge deemed too dangerous or too sacred for common access, the true names of the gods which gave power over them, the complete rituals for opening the mouth of the dead, the formulas for transmuting substances and extending life, the maps of the afterlife in greater detail than any tomb painting showed. Or perhaps it contained something else entirely, something the ancient Egyptians discovered and decided must be hidden away, guarded by the most impenetrable structure they could devise, buried beneath the desert where only the most determined or the most blessed could ever hope to find it. We cannot know for certain. What we do know is that the labyrinth stood for nearly 2,000 years, a monument to Egyptian power and ingenuity, a wonder that drew travelers from across the known world. Kings and conquerors, priests and philosophers, they all came to see it. They walked its halls in amazement. They tried to count its rooms and got lost in the counting. They left inscriptions marveling at what they had seen. And then, slowly, the world changed around it. Egypt, which had endured for 3,000 years, began to change in ways that would have been unimaginable to Amenemhat III. Foreign powers came, not as raiders to be driven off, but as conquerors who stayed. The Persians arrived first, turning Egypt into a province of a vast empire. Then came Alexander, the young Macedonian king who claimed the throne of the Pharaohs and founded a new capital at Alexandria. After Alexander died, his general Ptolemy took Egypt for himself and established a dynasty that would rule for 3 centuries. The Ptolemies were Greek in culture and language, though they adopted many Egyptian customs and presented themselves as traditional pharaohs. Alexandria became the center of the Mediterranean world, home to the great library, to the lighthouse, to mathematicians and poets and philosophers who shaped Western thought. But the Ptolemies had little interest in the old centers of power deep in Egypt's interior. Memphis declined. Thebes faded. The temples still functioned. Priests still performed the ancient rituals, but the focus of Egyptian life shifted northward, toward the coast, toward the Mediterranean world. The labyrinth at Hawara, which had once been central to Egypt's administration, became peripheral. The nomes still existed, but their officials no longer needed to gather in the great courts. New bureaucratic centers in Alexandria and other cities handled the business of the kingdom. The labyrinth became primarily a temple complex maintained by priests who guarded traditions that fewer and fewer people understood. Still, it endured. When Herodotus visited in the 5th century BCE, the labyrinth was already ancient, but it was still intact, still functioning, still magnificent. Centuries later, Strabo saw it and marveled. It was weathering the change of ages, adapting to new realities, while preserving its essential character. Then Rome came. In 30 BCE, after the death of Cleopatra VII and her lover Mark Antony, Egypt became a province of the Roman Empire. The last remnant of Egyptian independence vanished. The pharaonic tradition, which had stretched back through dynasty after dynasty, reaching into the mists of prehistory, finally ended. Egypt was now just another territory to be exploited for grain and gold. The Romans were practical people. They valued efficiency over mystery, utility over tradition. They looked at Egypt's monuments and saw 2 things: tourist attractions and building materials. The temples could remain as long as they didn't interfere with Roman administration and as long as they brought in revenue from curious visitors. But anything that wasn't actively useful was fair game for repurposing. The labyrinth still drew visitors. Roman officials and wealthy tourists came to see this legendary structure. But the Romans were not content merely to observe. They needed stone for their own projects. Aqueducts and temples administrative buildings, and garrison fortresses. The labyrinth was a convenient quarry, filled with fine limestone blocks already cut to size. The dismantling began slowly, a few blocks taken here and there from the outer walls where the absence wouldn't be too obvious. But once it started, it was hard to stop. The locals, who had always viewed the labyrinth with reverence, began to see it differently under Roman influence. It was old, from a time that was passing. The gods it honored were losing their power to the new gods Rome brought, and stone was valuable. The priests tried to maintain the complex, but their resources dwindled. The temple estates that had supported them for centuries were confiscated or taxed into unprofitability. Fewer young men entered the priesthood. The old knowledge was not being passed down as thoroughly as it once was. Key rituals were performed less frequently, then not at all. Sections of the labyrinth were closed off, their maintenance deferred indefinitely. The roof began to fail first. Those massive stone slabs laid across the entire complex were held up by wooden beams and copper fittings. Wood rots, copper corrodes. When supports failed, slabs cracked and fell, crashing into the rooms below. Parts of the labyrinth became too dangerous to enter. Sand began to drift in through the broken roof, accumulating in corners, spreading across floors. Christianity arrived in Egypt in the 1st and 2nd centuries CE, bringing with it a different worldview. The old gods were declared demons. The temples were pagan abominations. Christian communities sometimes took over ancient sacred sites, converting them to churches or monasteries, obliterating the earlier artwork, inscribing crosses over hieroglyphs. The labyrinth, remote and half-ruined, was not attractive for conversion. It was simply abandoned. The last priests locked its doors and walked away, taking with them whatever knowledge they still possessed. Where they went, what became of them, whether they tried to preserve some fragment of the old traditions in secret, we do not know. They vanished into history, and the labyrinth was left alone. The desert is patient. It does not rush, but it always wins. For 1,000 years, the labyrinth stood empty. Wind howled through its broken halls. Sand accumulated in drifts against its walls and poured through gaps in the roof. What had once been the most complex structure on earth became a ruin, then a shell, then a mound in the desert that might have been anything. The local population changed. Christianity gave way to Islam. Arabic replaced Coptic as the common language. The memory of what had stood at Hawara faded from common knowledge. The people knew there were ruins there, yes. The mound was obviously artificial. Old blocks of worked stone were visible in places. Some said it had been a palace. Others said a temple. A few old stories spoke of tunnels and treasures beneath the sand. Occasionally, someone would dig into the mound, looking for anything of value. They might find a carved block suitable for reuse, perhaps a piece of statuary, broken but still recognizable. Maybe some smaller items that had been overlooked by earlier scavengers. But the scale of what lay beneath was hidden by the sand, and the effort required to excavate properly was beyond what any individual or even a village could undertake. The labyrinth, which had taken decades to build and had functioned for 2 millennia, was being erased. Every year, a little more was lost. Stone was quarried away for new buildings. The fellahin, the farmers, needed stone for their houses and walls. The mound at Hawara was convenient. They didn't think about what they were destroying. They were simply taking what they needed, as people do. In Europe, during these same centuries, the memory of the labyrinth persisted in a different form. Scholars read Herodotus and Strabo. They debated whether the accounts were accurate. Some believed them. Others were skeptical. A building with 3,000 rooms? More impressive than the pyramids? It seemed impossible, exaggerated by the ancient writer's love of the marvelous. But the accounts were so detailed, so matter-of-fact in many ways, that complete dismissal was difficult. Herodotus had been to Egypt. He had seen the pyramids and described them reasonably accurately. Why would he invent the labyrinth? And Strabo, centuries later, independently confirmed the basic description. These were not men writing fantasy. They were historians and geographers attempting to document the world as they found it. So the labyrinth became a puzzle, a mystery, a challenge. Where was it? Had it really existed? If it had, what had happened to it? The answer lay beneath the sand at Hawara, but no one in Europe knew that. The connection between the Greek accounts and the ruins near the pyramid had been lost. Egypt, to European scholars, was a distant land known primarily through ancient texts and Bible stories. Direct knowledge was sparse and unreliable. That began to change in 1798 when Napoleon Bonaparte invaded Egypt. He brought with him not just an army, but a commission of scholars and scientists tasked with documenting everything they found. The Description de l'Égypte, published in multiple volumes over many years, introduced Europe to the reality of ancient Egypt in unprecedented detail. The scholars mapped sites, copied inscriptions, measured monuments. They saw the pyramids and temples with their own eyes, not through the lens of ancient texts. And they learned that Egypt held wonders beyond anything they had imagined. The Rosetta Stone was discovered during this period, eventually leading to the decipherment of hieroglyphs. Egyptology was born as a scientific discipline, but even Napoleon's scholars did not identify the labyrinth. They visited Hawara, saw the pyramid, noted the massive mound of rubble nearby, but did not connect it to the legendary structure described by Herodotus. The destruction was too complete. What little remained visible looked like the ruins of many other sites scattered across Egypt. In the decades that followed, Egyptology became increasingly sophisticated. Excavations were conducted with more care, techniques improved, scholars learned to recognize patterns, to understand how Egyptian structures were built and how they deteriorated. The map of ancient Egypt was filled in, site by site, monument by monument, and still, the labyrinth remained elusive. In 1843, a German Egyptologist named Carl Richard Lepsius visited Hawara. He was systematically documenting Egyptian monuments, measuring and recording them for posterity. When he examined the large mound near the pyramid, something caught his attention. The sheer size of the rubble field suggested a structure of unusual magnitude. The types of stone present, the architectural fragments he could identify, pointed to something more than just a mortuary temple. Lepsius proposed that this might be the site of the lost labyrinth. He published his theory, backed by careful measurements and analysis, but he did not excavate. The task would be enormous, requiring resources and time beyond what he could command. He noted the site's significance and moved on, hoping someone else would follow up. That someone was Flinders Petrie, one of the most meticulous archaeologists who ever lived. Petrie came to Hawara in 1888, determined to excavate the pyramid and, if possible, locate the labyrinth that Lepsius had identified. He spent months at the site, directing workers in the careful removal of sand and rubble, documenting everything they found, no matter how small. Petrie's excavation of the pyramid itself was frustrating. The tomb had been thoroughly robbed in antiquity, and the burial chamber was flooded with groundwater. The famous quartzite sarcophagus of Amenemhat III was there, but empty, its lid broken. The treasures that once surrounded the king were long gone, but the pyramid was only part of Petrie's goal. He turned his attention to the vast rubble field to the south. As his workers began to clear the area systematically, the scale of what had been destroyed became apparent. This was not a temple. This was something far larger. Petrie found foundations covering acres. He found column bases by the hundreds, indicating halls of enormous size. He found fragments of inscriptions and statuary, including pieces of the colossal seated statues that ancient writers had mentioned. He found evidence of courts and corridors, of a complex layout that extended far beyond anything normally associated with pyramid complexes. He also found that almost nothing remained standing. The structure had been so thoroughly dismantled that, in most places, only the lowest levels of foundation survived. The stone had been carried away over centuries, reused in buildings throughout the region. Even the floor slabs had been taken in many areas. What Petrie was excavating was essentially the ghost of the labyrinth, an impression left in the bedrock. Yet even this ghost was impressive. Petrie calculated that the building had covered an area of roughly 300 meters by 250 meters. It had been oriented north-south, with its main entrance on the north side. The foundation walls, where they survived, were massive, built to support a structure of multiple stories. The column bases suggested a hypostyle hall of staggering proportions, with forests of columns creating interior spaces unlike anything else in Egypt. Petrie found tantalizing clues, but not the answers he sought. He could confirm that a massive structure had stood here. He could show that it matched, in general terms, the descriptions given by ancient writers. But the 3,000 rooms, the labyrinthine corridors, the underground levels, all of that was gone, obliterated so completely that reconstructing the original plan was impossible from what remained. And the treasures, the knowledge, the secrets that might have been hidden in the labyrinth's depths, if they had ever existed, they were gone now, either looted in antiquity or buried so deep beneath the rubble that excavating to reach them would require moving millions of tons of debris. Petrie published his findings, noting with barely concealed disappointment that the labyrinth had been found but was lost again, destroyed beyond meaningful recovery. He moved on to other sites, other discoveries. Hawara faded back into relative obscurity, but the mystery did not die. Throughout the 20th century, other archaeologists visited the site. Small excavations were conducted. Surveys were done using increasingly sophisticated techniques. Ground-penetrating radar was employed, searching for voids beneath the sand that might indicate intact chambers. Magnetic surveys looked for anomalies that might point to buried structures. Some of these surveys produced intriguing results. Anomalies were detected beneath the rubble field. Regular patterns that suggested intact architecture might still exist below the disturbed layers. But confirming these findings would require excavation, and excavation at Hawara is extraordinarily difficult. The groundwater table has risen since ancient times. What was once dry desert is now, at certain depths, saturated with water. The pyramid's burial chamber is flooded. The lower levels of the labyrinth, if they survived, would also be underwater. Excavating under such conditions requires pumping, shoring, and specialized techniques that are expensive and time-consuming. Moreover, the sheer volume of rubble that would need to be moved is daunting. Estimates suggest that millions of cubic meters of debris bury the site. Even with modern equipment, clearing it all would take years and cost millions of dollars, and there is no guarantee that anything significant would be found. The destruction might extend all the way down. The underground chambers might have collapsed. The treasures might have been looted millennia ago. Yet the possibility remains. Somewhere beneath the sand at Hawara, there might still be intact sections of the labyrinth, chambers that were sealed before the structure was dismantled, passages that were buried and forgotten rather than quarried away. The entrance to the lower levels, if it can be found, might lead to spaces that have not been entered since the last priests locked the doors and walked away. The labyrinth has become Egyptology's great white whale, the mystery that has frustrated generations of archaeologists, the discovery that everyone wants to make, but no one has the resources to pursue properly, and so it waits, beneath the desert, keeping its secrets. What was the labyrinth's true purpose? Beyond the functional explanations, the administrative offices and temples and tombs, why did Amenemhat III conceive of something so elaborate? so deliberately complex? Some scholars argue it was primarily symbolic. The labyrinth represented Egypt itself, with all its divisions and deities unified in a single structure. Each nome had its place, each god its chapel. To walk through the labyrinth was to walk through the entire kingdom in miniature, to comprehend through architecture the intricate unity that held Egypt together. Others suggest it was a kind of cosmic map, a three-dimensional representation of the Egyptian understanding of reality. The upper levels represented the world of the living, ordered and bright. The lower levels represented the duat, the underworld, mysterious and dark. The connection between them embodied the connection between life and death, between the visible and the hidden, between the known and the unknowable. There is also a more esoteric theory, one that exists on the fringes of mainstream Egyptology, but persists nonetheless. This theory holds that the labyrinth was a machine of some kind, not in the modern sense of gears and levers, but in the ancient sense of a structure designed to accomplish a specific spiritual or metaphysical purpose. Ancient Egypt was a civilization deeply invested in the idea that physical forms could affect spiritual realities. The shape of a temple mattered. The orientation of a building mattered. The proportions, the materials, the decorations, all of it was carefully calculated to create specific effects. A temple was not just a place to worship the gods, but a mechanism for making the gods present, for drawing divine power into the material world. If this perspective is applied to the labyrinth, interesting possibilities emerge. The complex layout might have served to confuse and trap malevolent spirits. The multiple courts might have created acoustic effects useful for ritual. The precise alignment with cardinal directions and astronomical events might have allowed the structure to function as a kind of calendar or observatory. The underground sections might have been designed to channel groundwater in ways that served both practical and ritual purposes. There are hints in the ancient texts that something unusual happened within the labyrinth, references to oracles that spoke from its depths, stories of initiates who entered and emerged changed, if they emerged at all, accounts of healing miracles and prophetic visions. These might be mere legend, stories that accumulate around any sufficiently mysterious place. Or they might point to something real, to experiences that the labyrinth was specifically designed to create. The problem is that without access to the structure itself, without the ability to study it in detail, these theories remain speculation. We can read the ancient accounts and make inferences. We can study the ruins and extrapolate. But we cannot know for certain what the labyrinth was truly meant to do or what happened within its walls. What we do know is that it mattered profoundly to the ancient Egyptians. It was not just another monument. It was the monument, the structure that even the pyramid builders of the Old Kingdom had not attempted. It represented an ambition and a vision that stretched the limits of what ancient engineering could accomplish. And when it was destroyed, something irreplaceable was lost. Not just a building, but a key to understanding how the ancient Egyptians thought about space, complexity, and the relationship between physical structures and spiritual realities. The loss of the Library of Alexandria is often mourned as one of history's great tragedies. All those books, all that knowledge, gone forever. But perhaps the loss of the labyrinth is equally tragic. It was a text written in stone and space rather than ink and papyrus, but a text nonetheless, containing ideas and information that might have transformed our understanding of ancient Egyptian culture. Now it is gone, reduced to rubble and memory. The desert has reclaimed it, and we are left with questions that may never be answered. Hawara today is a quiet place. Tourists who come to Egypt usually skip it, drawn instead to the more famous sites at Giza and Luxor. Those who do make the journey find a pyramid that has seen better days, its limestone casing long since stripped away, leaving a weathered core of mud, brick, and stone. Beside it stretches a vast field of rubble and sand, unremarkable to the untrained eye. But stand in that field and look carefully. The ground is not level. It rises and falls in ways that suggest buried walls. Fragments of carved stone lie half buried in the sand. Run your hand over them, and you can feel the hieroglyphs, worn but still present. Pick up a piece of limestone and turn it over. One side is rough, quarried. The other is smooth, polished, meant to be seen. Each fragment is a piece of the labyrinth. Each stone was cut by hands that have been dust for 4,000 years. Each block was placed according to a plan that took decades to execute. This rubble field is a monument, though a shattered one. It is what remains of something that was once one of the wonders of the world. The local guardians, the men who watch over the site and hope for bakshesh from the occasional visitor, know the stories. They can point to where Petrie excavated. They can show you the slight depressions that mark the locations of column bases. They will tell you, if you ask, about the tunnels that are said to run beneath the sand, about the chambers that no modern person has entered. Whether these chambers actually exist is an open question. Some researchers believe that at least portions of the lower labyrinth survived intact. The underground sections were carved into bedrock, roofed over with massive stone slabs, and then buried as the upper structure was dismantled. They might have remained sealed, protected by the very rubble that was piled on top of them. In 2008, a Belgian-Egyptian team conducted a detailed survey of the site using ground-penetrating radar and other geophysical techniques. They published results showing extensive anomalies beneath the rubble field, regular patterns of walls and rooms, voids that might be corridors or chambers, all arranged in a grid-like layout consistent with ancient descriptions of the labyrinth. The team estimated that an area of roughly 4 hectares, about 10 acres, showed these anomalies. If their interpretation is correct, this would represent a significant portion of the original structure, preserved beneath the sand. But interpretation of geophysical data is not straightforward. What looks like a wall might be a geological feature. What looks like a void might be loose sand. Only excavation can confirm or deny the findings. To date, that excavation has not been conducted. The site is protected by Egyptian antiquities law. Digging requires permission from the Supreme Council of Antiquities, and permission is not easily granted. The resources required are substantial. The technical challenges are significant. And the political situation in Egypt has, at times, made large-scale archaeological work difficult. So the labyrinth, or what remains of it, continues to lie beneath the sand, waiting, as it has waited for centuries, patient as the desert itself. There is something fitting about this. The labyrinth was always about mysteries, about hidden knowledge, about things that were not meant to be easily found. Perhaps it is appropriate that it remains hidden even now, revealing itself only in fragments and suggestions, forcing us to work for every scrap of understanding. The ancient Egyptians believed that names had power. To speak something's name was to make it present, to give it life. The labyrinth's name has never been forgotten. It appears in ancient texts, in scholarly papers, in books and documentaries. We keep speaking its name, keeping it alive in memory, even as its physical form crumbles into sand. And perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the labyrinth's true function was always this: to be a mystery, to be something just beyond our grasp, to remind us that the past holds secrets we may never fully uncover. The pyramids are solved, their interiors mapped, their purposes understood, but the labyrinth remains unsolved. It remains a question without an answer. The labyrinth's influence extended far beyond its physical existence at Hawara. The concept of a massive, complex structure that embodied order within apparent chaos became a powerful symbol in ancient thought. The word itself entered the Greek language, and from there spread to other cultures. When we speak of something being labyrinthine today, we mean it is intricate, confusing, difficult to navigate. We mean it has layers of meaning or structure that are not immediately apparent. This usage descends directly from Herodotus's description of the Egyptian labyrinth, though most people who use the word have no idea of its origin. The mythical labyrinth of Crete, built by Daedalus to house the Minotaur, might have been inspired by tales of the Egyptian labyrinth that reached the Aegean world. The Greeks were fascinated by Egypt, viewing it as the source of ancient wisdom and mysterious practices. They sought out Egyptian priests as teachers. They tried to understand Egyptian mysteries and incorporate them into their own traditions. The idea of a building so complex that one could become lost in it, and of something dangerous hidden at its center, resonated with Greek culture. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur became one of their great myths. But the Greek labyrinth was imaginary. The Egyptian labyrinth was real, and in being real, it was far more remarkable. Medieval and Renaissance thinkers were fascinated by descriptions of the labyrinth. They drew plans of what they imagined it looked like, trying to visualize the structure from ancient accounts. These plans varied wildly since the descriptions were incomplete and sometimes contradictory. Some showed a building like a maze, with walls creating dead ends and false paths. Others showed a vast palace with rooms radiating from central courts. None of these reconstructions was accurate, but they served a purpose. They allowed scholars to think about architecture as something more than functional shelter. They raised questions about the relationship between form and meaning, about how a building's design could embody philosophical or religious concepts. The labyrinth became a theoretical space, a problem to be solved, a puzzle that engaged some of the best minds of their times. The Renaissance obsession with ideal forms and perfect proportions owed something to this fascination. If the ancient Egyptians could build a structure of 3,000 rooms that somehow held together as a unified whole, what principles governed that unity? Could those principles be rediscovered and applied? Could modern architects create new labyrinths, new structures of perfect complexity? Some tried. The gardens at Via d'Este in Italy include labyrinthine pathways designed to confuse and delight. The hedge mazes that became popular at European palaces and estates were conscious attempts to recreate the experience of being lost in complexity. These were trivial compared to the Egyptian labyrinth, of course, but they showed the power of the idea. In literature, the labyrinth became a metaphor for the human condition. We are all wandering through a complex structure we did not build and do not fully understand, searching for meaning, trying to find our way. The center of the labyrinth represents truth, enlightenment, death, or God, depending on the author's perspective. The journey through it represents life itself. Jorge Luis Borges, the Argentine writer, was obsessed with labyrinths. He wrote stories about infinite libraries and gardens of forking paths, about structures that contained all possible books or all possible futures. His work explicitly references the Egyptian labyrinth, though he treats it as a symbol rather than a historical site. For Borges, the labyrinth represents the universe itself, infinite and incomprehensible. Modern architects occasionally invoke the labyrinth when designing buildings meant to convey complexity or mystery. Museums, libraries, religious structures, places where the experience of the space is meant to be part of the message. They cannot match the scale of the original, but they aspire to its ambition. And in Egyptology, the labyrinth remains a kind of holy grail. Young archaeologists dream of being the one to finally excavate it properly, to reveal what lies beneath the sand at Hawara. Established scholars publish papers proposing new theories about its construction or purpose. The site appears regularly in books and documentaries, always with the qualifier that it remains mostly unexplored. The technology exists now to do a proper excavation. Ground-penetrating radar can map what lies below. Drones can survey the site from above. 3D modeling can reconstruct the structure virtually before a single shovel breaks ground. If funding could be secured, if political conditions allowed, if the Egyptian authorities could be convinced to permit it, the labyrinth could be investigated in ways that Petrie never imagined. Perhaps someday it will be. Perhaps future archaeologists will find the entrance to the lower levels and descend into chambers that have been sealed for 2,000 years. Perhaps they will find treasures, or texts, or nothing but collapsed corridors and broken stones. Perhaps they will finally answer the questions that have persisted for centuries. Or perhaps the labyrinth will remain as it is, a mystery beneath the sand, a question without an answer, a monument to human ambition that serves its purpose best by staying just beyond our reach. There is a paradox at the heart of the labyrinth's story. It was built to be permanent, to last forever, to stand as an eternal testament to the power and vision of its creators. And yet, of all Egypt's great monuments, it is the one that has most completely vanished. The pyramids still stand, the temples at Karnak and Luxor are still magnificent, but the labyrinth, which was supposed to surpass them all, is gone. This forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth about permanence. Nothing lasts forever, not stone, not civilizations, not even memory. Given enough time, everything dissolves back into sand and silence. The labyrinth stood for 2 millennia, which is longer than most human creations survive, but it was not long enough. The ancient Egyptians understood impermanence better than we sometimes give them credit for. Their religion was built around it. Death was the central fact of existence, the transition that defined life's meaning. Their monuments were attempts to slow time's erosion, to create islands of permanence in a sea of change. But they knew, deep down, that even their most ambitious efforts would eventually fail. Perhaps that's why they put so much emphasis on names and memory. If the physical structure would eventually crumble, the name could survive. The story could be passed down. Future generations could remember, even if they could not see. In a sense, this is exactly what has happened with the labyrinth. The building is gone, but the name endures. We still speak of it, still wonder about it, still search for it. The labyrinth teaches us something about wonder. We are fascinated by it, not despite its destruction, but because of it. If it still stood intact, it would be just another tourist site, impressive, but knowable. Because it is lost, it has become infinite. Our imaginations can fill in what the archaeological record cannot provide. Each person who contemplates the labyrinth envisions it differently, creating their own version in their mind. This is the paradox of mysteries. We say we want to solve them, to know the answers, to dispel the uncertainty. But mysteries have a value in their unsolved state. They keep us curious. They keep us asking questions. They remind us that there are things beyond our current understanding, spaces where knowledge has not yet reached. The modern world has very few mysteries left. We have mapped the Earth's surface completely. We have photographed every major monument. We have satellites that can read license plates from space and submersibles that can reach the deepest ocean trenches. The unknown places are becoming vanishingly small. But the past is different. The past is full of mysteries that we can never fully solve, not because we lack the technology, but because the evidence has been lost. We can make educated guesses. We can use sophisticated analysis to extract information from fragmentary remains. But we can never know with absolute certainty what it was like to walk through the labyrinth when it was new, to see its walls covered in fresh paint, to hear the chants of priests echoing through its halls, to understand exactly what its builders intended. And maybe that's acceptable. Maybe not everything needs to be known. Maybe some mysteries serve us better by remaining mysterious. The labyrinth stands in our collective imagination as a symbol of this idea. It represents the limits of knowledge, the boundaries beyond which certainty cannot reach. It reminds us to be humble in our claims of understanding, to accept that some questions may never have definitive answers. At the same time, it inspires us to keep searching, Every generation of archaeologists has taken another crack at Hawara, hoping to be the one who finally reveals the truth. They do this knowing the odds are against them, knowing that they will probably find nothing new, knowing that they might spend years of their lives excavating sand and rubble. They do it anyway, because the possibility of discovery, however remote, is worth the effort. This is what wonder does. It pulls us forward, makes us take risks, encourages us to invest ourselves in quests that may never be fulfilled. It gives meaning to the search itself. Separate from any eventual finding, the journey becomes its own reward. The labyrinth, lost beneath the sand, continues to call to us. It says, I am here, somewhere, waiting. Come find me. Not everyone who searches will succeed. Most will fail. But the search itself will change you, teach you, show you things about the past and yourself that you never knew. This is the labyrinth's final gift, not knowledge, not certainty, but the invitation to wonder. Night falls over Hawara. The temperature drops rapidly, as it always does in the desert. The stars emerge, brilliant in the absence of competing lights. The same stars that shone down on Amenemhat III as he surveyed his unfinished monument. The same stars that guided priests through their midnight rituals. The same stars that Herodotus saw when he stayed near the labyrinth, trying to comprehend what he had witnessed. The rubble field lies silent. Wind moves across it, carrying sand in patterns that shift and change. Somewhere beneath, in darkness that has lasted for centuries, the labyrinth's remnants wait. Stone blocks that once formed walls still rest in the configuration their builders intended. Hieroglyphs still spell out prayers and proclamations, though no eyes see them. Chambers that once echoed with human voices hold only silence now. If the lower level survived, if the sealed chambers remain intact, they are like a message in a bottle cast into the ocean of time. The bottle floats, unseen, carrying its contents forward through centuries. Eventually, someone will find it, open it, read the message. But when? And what will it say? Perhaps the message is simpler than we imagine. Perhaps it is just this: we were here. We built something magnificent. We thought it would last forever. We were wrong, but we tried anyway. That is the human story, repeated across every civilization and age. We build, we create, we pour our dreams into stone and wood and metal, into words and images and music. We hope these things will outlast us, will carry something of who we were into the future. Sometimes they do, often they don't. But we keep trying, because the alternative is to accept impermanence without resistance, to acknowledge our mortality without protest. The labyrinth was a protest against mortality on a massive scale. It was Amenemhat III saying through architecture that he mattered, that his kingdom mattered, that the complexity and beauty of Egyptian civilization mattered enough to be preserved in the most elaborate structure human hands could build. The protest failed. In the end, the labyrinth fell. But the attempt was glorious, and the fact that we are still talking about it, still searching for it, still dreaming about what it might have been, means that the protest is not completely over. Some part of what Amenemhat intended has survived, encoded not in stone, but in our collective curiosity. So the labyrinth endures, in a way, not as a physical structure, but as an idea, not as something that can be mapped and measured, but as something that lives in imagination and scholarship, in speculation and wonder. It has become what the ancient Egyptians always hoped their monuments would become: a bridge between the past and the present, a way for the dead to speak to the living, a proof that human creativity can transcend the limitations of mortal existence. Beneath the sand at Hawara, in darkness and silence, the labyrinth waits. It has been patient for 2,000 years. It can wait longer. Time means nothing to stone. The desert can pile 1,000 more feet of sand on top of the ruins, or the wind can strip everything down to bedrock, it makes no difference. What was built there once existed, and its existence changed the world in ways both obvious and subtle. Someday, perhaps, someone will finally excavate it properly. Advanced techniques will reveal what remains. Robots will explore flooded chambers that humans cannot enter. Virtual reality will reconstruct the labyrinth in its original glory, allowing us to walk through it as Herodotus did, to experience the wonder that he tried and failed to adequately describe. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the labyrinth will remain forever beyond our reach, a mystery that refuses solution, a question that will not be answered. Perhaps this is fitting. Perhaps this is what it was always meant to be. Either way, the story continues. The search goes on. And as long as humans wonder about the past, as long as we are drawn to mysteries and fascinated by lost wonders, the labyrinth will remain what it has always been, the greatest monument that almost no one has ever seen, the most complex structure ever built by human hands, the maze that exists now more in minds than in stone. The stars turn overhead, the wind whispers across the sand, and somewhere beneath it all, in chambers sealed and forgotten, the labyrinth keeps its secrets. Let them sleep, let them wait, let the sand drift and the centuries pass. The labyrinth has all the time in the world, and so our Odyssey ends, not with answers, but with questions, not with certainty, but with wonder. This is perhaps the most honest ending, the most true to both history and the human experience. We began with the promise of a journey to ancient Egypt. We have walked through time, exploring the rise and fall of one of history's most ambitious monuments. We have searched alongside generations of archaeologists, shared their frustrations and their fleeting moments of discovery. The labyrinth remains lost, but in searching for it, in telling its story, in keeping its memory alive through words and wonder, perhaps we have found something else. Something about ourselves, about why we care about the past, about why mysteries matter. The day is almost done. The stars shine bright over Hawara, over the desert, over the dreams of ancient builders and modern searchers. Sleep comes, as it always does, bringing its own labyrinth of dreams and shadows. Thank you for traveling with us tonight. The journey may be over, but the wonder remains. Until our next Odyssey, rest well